Come on, round of applause for our graduates as they come in. Some energy, some appreciation. Leading the procession is our founder and president, Aileen Lasker. So you may proceed to your seats as we come in. Graduating in 2024 are 3 cohorts. We have a global diploma in executive leadership coaching, 7 graduates. We have a global executive diploma graduating 11 graduates. And we have certified professional coaches who are also graduating today, 24 graduates. Come on, let's celebrate these ones. Let's celebrate their commitment, their passion. They've done well to get to this point. And we're glad that you've taken this time to come and celebrate with them. Thank you to you too. So I believe the procession is still going on. Fantastic. Round of applause again for our graduates. And so karibuni sana. Karibuni graduates, we celebrate you. We celebrate your investment, your passion and commitment that has gotten you to this special day of acknowledgement. Usually when it starts out on month 1, it really seems like it's never ending. I know I've had several calls with a number of us saying, when is it ending? But it's really a good thing seeing your excitement today. Thank you for honoring us and making time to be here. All right, so to officially kick off our ceremony, may we kindly stand for the Kenya National Anthem. And now the East African Anthem. Thank you. You may have your seats. Just before I formally invite us, welcome us to today's event, just acknowledging the different groups represented here. We would like to take a few minutes to honor a special gentleman, a coach, the late Michael Laer. Michael Laer gained his wings on the 20th of April this year. He was a key part of the faculty. He was the lead faculty in our Global Diploma in Executive Leadership Coaching program. He, like we know, he trained many of our alumni. He was an excellent coach, an excellent communication expert. So traditionally, Michael would be the MC for this event. And this would officially be our first event without him. And so we have prepared a short clip to remember our dear friend in our first physical ceremony in his absence. And so as a start, I will ask us to turn our attention to the screen in remembrance of Michael, and thereafter we will stand for a minute in honor of this amazing man.
Life can be both very short, but also very long. depending on where you are, as it's already been said. Brief when things are good, brief when we're looking up and forward, brief when we have so much we want to achieve, but short and long rather, when there is a lot of pain, when it is tedious, when you cannot see beyond the cloud, and for what reason, that's a discussion.
Thank you for joining us in honoring our friend. You may have our sit. We continue to pray much comfort over Michael's family, his friends, ourselves, and his other colleagues. All right? How about you turn to your friend and just to the person sitting next to you and just tell them it's good that you're here. Glad you made it. We are definitely excited that you made it to come and be part of us today. I'm slowly finding out that this may be a tough crowd to manage. The excitement in the room is quite heavy, but we are glad to see it. We know we've been stuck behind screens for 6 months on end, and we've not had many opportunities to see each other, so feel free. Let's feel the excitement reverberate in the room, as Michael would say it. All right, so for those who may not know me, my name is Sarah Ogola. I'm Chief Growth Officer at CDI-Africa Coaching Group. I'm also a certified professional coach, courtesy of CDI-Africa Coaching Group. And this is CDI's 10th annual graduation. 10 years, a decade of graduating delegates as globally certified coaches for Africa, by Africa. Come on, that needs another round of applause. We really are honored to be able to do this year after year with a substantial number of individuals who decide to wear a different mindset, different skill set, and decide to impact the world around them. And so we honor you for making the decision to journey with us to this point. So this year's theme is elevating human greatness. I'm a church goer, so you're gonna hear a lot of turn to your neighbor. I'm that chick who tells people turn to your neighbor. But yeah, tell your neighbor, elevate human greatness. That is our theme for this year. And we want to believe that through our speeches and our testimonies today, we'll be listening to how coaching has empowered leaders to have the mindset, the skills, the behavior, the posture. Of course, I stole those words from Aileen. But yeah, the simplest way for me to articulate coaching. So we're going to be learning, or rather hearing inspirational testimonies and speeches about how coaching ties to elevating human greatness. And so I just want to now officially, formally, invite you to today's event. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker, Mr. Paul Kasimu. Karibu sana. Round of applause for Mr. Paul Kasimu for making time to be with us today and give us our keynote on that theme. I'd like to acknowledge our other speakers, Pastor Gibson and Duvate. Thank you very much. CDI Africa Coaching Group founder and president, our CEO, our associate directors, our faculty, some of which are joining virtually, We have WOBN team members here, a key partner for us in the past year, and we believe for years to come. Come on, WOBN, I know you're restraining yourself. So we're glad to be having one of the founders present today, and we'll be hearing a little bit from them. But we also acknowledge the friends, family of CDI Africa and of the delegates. Round of applause for you. We know that you have supported these graduates to this point, and so you're very much welcome. It would not be conclusive without me mentioning, in general, the sponsoring organizations that are present today. We have organizations that have partnered with us over the years. I see Family Bank represented, I see ICA, I see EGPAF. And so we are very glad for you to have joined us. We have other partners who are looking to get into coaching. And so they said, let's come and hear what the testimonies are, and we acknowledge your presence as well. And so good morning and welcome to CDI-Africa Coaching Group's 10th annual graduation. We are really honored that you came to join us. So just a few prompts. We're live on YouTube, and so if there's anyone who's missing this celebration and you'd want them to see you being conferred or you want them to hear about coaching, we're live on YouTube. Our handle is @CDI-Africa Coaching Group. Kindly give them a prompt, but don't also be shy to share your photos with us and interact with us online. Just a few housekeeping matters. The restrooms are to the left of this room. In the case that you need them, just a few directions there. One last one, lunch will be served. And so we look forward to having you till the end of this event and thereafter to share our meal together in celebration. All right, and so at this point, I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce or to welcome our pastor of the day, Pastor Gibson Anduvate, lead pastor, International Christian Church, ICC. He's also an alumni of CDI. He's a certified executive leadership coach. Pastor Gibson will be sharing with us the Thanksgiving and sermon in the context of today's theme. Round of applause for Pastor Gibson.
Good morning, everyone. It's a joy, a pleasure, delight to be here this morning. I got a call from Eileen, and she said our 10th graduation is coming up. Would you please come and join us? And you know, when Eileen makes an ask, it's very hard to say no. At least one person agrees with me. I came into this program several years back, and I came into this program more as a result of pressure from my spouse, pressure from my wife, than anything else. My wife had transitioned from where she was working, was in a time of transition, and came across this program. And so she came and went through the program, and she couldn't stop talking about how transformational this program was. But also she couldn't stop talking about one person, a lady by the name Eileen. And so if only to come and meet this lady, I agreed to come and to go through this program. And I think that when you come for training or whatever level in coaching, you more or less come with a sense of expectation. You come with a sense of expectation that you will, gain skills, you will grow in your own ability to lead. We all come with different expectations. But for me, one of the things that happened when I came here was I built amazing relationships. And I think one of the most significant things that I took out of my time going through the program at CDI was the relationships. And so when I thought about coming here this morning, I love the way we started this morning by honoring Michael and the memory of this amazing man. Because for me, when I think about CDI, it's not so much about the curriculum and the class sessions. It's more the relationships that I took away from my time with the team here. As I begin this morning, I want to honor and acknowledge all the guests that are here, the graduating class, each one of you that has joined this amazing ceremony. I want to honor you and to celebrate you for being here this morning. In Acts chapter 13 and verse 36, the word of God tells us, when David had served God's purpose in his generation, he fell asleep. He was buried with his ancestors, and his body decayed. It's a simple scripture, Acts chapter 13 and verse 36. When David had served God's purpose in his generation, he fell asleep. As I share over the next few moments, I'd like to share some 5 things that I believe are very important for you and I to be able to embrace as we desire to pursue a life of greatness. The first thing I'd like to say is that it's important for you and I to have a sense of purpose. To have a sense of purpose. As we go through the journey of life, it's so important that we know why. Why are we here? When you wake up in the morning, why has God given you the gift of life? As you do the things that you're doing, it's so important that you ask yourself why. You've gone through the program. Why have you gone through the program? The things that you're doing, why are you doing those specific things? Because if you ask me, purpose is like the air that we breathe. A man or a woman who has purpose is like fish in water, a lion that's in the jungle. It's purpose that gives us a sense of direction. And sometimes, even when our focus is in one direction, God always opens our eyes to other things that in most instances are more important than the things that we really chase after. Because we live in a world that chases after fame, that chases after influence and affluence. But when you think about purpose, purpose is way above and beyond all those things. For me, I believe part of my purpose coming through the CDI program was to build relationships. And I have had such amazing relationships out of our cohort and also out of some of the people that we connected with. You know, I think Aileen, I don't think a week or two will go by when we have not talked with Aileen. And she has become somebody that we treasure and we love so dearly. My wife and I think Aileen is one of our most favorite people. And so there's always a bigger purpose. And it's important for you and I to have a sense of purpose. When I look, Pastor George and Claire, and I can go around the room, there's so many people here. Some from ICC, some from our time here. God always calls us to look far above the things that in the normal instances of life we choose to focus on. The corporate world tells us it's about how you can get ahead faster. But God says to us, it's about the people that you meet along the way and how you can be able to impact those people as you go along on your journey. Each one of us needs to have a sense of purpose. The second thing is that we need to have a sense of service. An awareness that the skills that we gain and the resources that God puts in our hands are not just for us, but it's for so much more. We live in a world that is filled with so many leaders. And I've come to the conclusion that maybe we don't need more great leaders. We just need more men and women who have a sense of service, who wake up in the morning and go about what they do with a desire to impact the lives of those that are around them, desiring to truly make a difference wherever it is that God has positioned us. That it's not about us, but it's about the people that God sends along our way, the people that God sends to us along the journey. When we think about greatness, we focus on the great things, but really it's about the small things. It's about the daily decisions. It's about the conversations. Probably for you, one of the most important spaces you might have to utilize your coaching skills is with your spouse or with your kids or with people that are close to you. To have a sense of service, that it's not about the pursuit of more, but actually it's about you and I being able to decrease and to become instruments that God can use for His own glory and for His own name. I have come to the conclusion that greatness is only as a result of lifting up others. That the only way that we can pursue and attain greatness is when we lift up others that are around us. Have a sense of purpose, have a sense of service, but also have a sense of wonder. As you go through life, it's important for you and I to have a sense of wonder, because it's a sense of wonder that keeps us as lifelong learners. A sense of wonder gives you the realization that we learn from everyone that we come across. We learn from the children. We learn from the guard that they get. We learn from the tea girl. We learn from every single person that we come into contact with. A sense of wonder will keep you and I open for whatever opportunities that God sends our way to be able to learn and to grow. It's a sense of wonder that made me respond to my wife's invitation to go through a coaching program. But it was so much more than a coaching program. It was really a life-transforming encounter. All of us need to have a sense of purpose, a sense of service, a sense of wonder. But you also need to have a sense of responsibility. When I have different conversations, I hear so many people who want to cast blame on other people. And especially in the kind of society we live in now, whatever forum that you join, no matter what kind of forum, it will slowly graduate into a pointing blame conversation. We blame the government. We blame the leaders that are around us. We blame. And we can so easily be sucked into a place where we just apportion blame. But I want to challenge you to be the person who looks at the man in the mirror and commits yourself to make a difference where you are. That you'd have a sense of responsibility. I was out of town for a couple of days with my wife and we were driving back yesterday. And there was this vehicle driving ahead of us. Nice vehicle, government plates. But the people in the car kept littering. As we drove behind them, we could tell what kind of meal they were having in that vehicle. Because every so many kilometers, they would throw out some litter. And I thought to myself, what does it take just to have a sense of awareness that there are some things that we should not do? We need to have a sense of responsibility. A sense of responsibility over where God has planted us. A sense of responsibility over the people that are around us. A sense of responsibility over the things that God has called us to do, to make a difference in whatever context that God has planted us in. There must be a sense of purpose. There must be a sense of service, a sense of wonder. But there must also be a sense of responsibility. Because if there's no sense of responsibility, then the additional skills that we learn, knowledge alone is not enough. There has to be a shift from just head knowledge to a transformation of the hearts, to the place where we're able to put into practice the things that we are learning. If we come into this program and 6 months later, a year later, we remain the same as we came, then for sure we must sit back and ask ourselves whether it has served its intended purpose. I pray that you will have a sense of responsibility. And what I have discovered about coaching is that I'm always coaching. When I'm having a conversation with my kids, I'm coaching them. When I'm having a conversation with the people that are around me, I'm coaching them. In this season of my life, we lost our mom about 12 years ago. Our dad passed away 5 years ago. I'm the eldest in my family. In this season of my life, I found myself coaching my siblings through the decisions and the journey of life. And it has more to do with having a sense of responsibility than anything else. We must have a sense of responsibility. But lastly, there must also be a sense of humility and brokenness. Humility and brokenness. It is humility that causes you and I to realize that there is a God who has created us and given us the gift of life. It is humility and brokenness that leads us to open our hearts and to open our hands and to ask God to guide us when we don't know what to do. It is humility and brokenness that then leads us on a journey where we value the people that are around us. And we then embark on a journey where we constantly add value to the people that are around us. Humility and brokenness enables us to be able to see value in those that are around us. As you walk and journey with those that God has placed around you, I pray that they will experience a glimpse of God's love because of a posture of humility and brokenness that is manifest through your everyday life. When you read in John chapter 12 and verse 24, the word of God tells us, "Very truly I tell you, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds." I want to conclude by saying, ladies and gentlemen, that I truly believe that it's in our dying to self that we truly discover what it means to live a great life. And that will be my prayer for each one of us here, that as you step out of this season into whatever it is that God has ahead of you, that you would choose to die to self, and you'd allow yourself to be an instrument in the hands of God, that God would use you for the glory and honor of his name. Have a sense of purpose, have a sense of service, have a sense of wonder, have a sense of responsibility, but lastly, also have a sense of humility and brokenness. And I pray that as you walk from this season onwards, that God will use you for his own glory and for his own name. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father and our God, we come before you this morning. We thank you for your goodness and your faithfulness. Lord, we come with open hands and open hearts. You tell us in your word that before we were conceived in our mother's womb, you knew us. Before we were born, you set us apart. And Lord, you have called us and anointed us as prophets to the nations. And that is what I pray over every graduate today. That is what I pray over everyone that is here this morning. That, Father, you would show yourself strong and mighty. That, Lord, you would go ahead of them. That you would order their steps and light their path. That you would take their hand and lead them. That, Father, indeed, as they choose to die to self, that your love will be manifest in them and through them. I pray that you'd open doors for them beyond their wildest expectation. We thank you for the life of Michael. We thank you for the gift that he was to this family of CDI. And Lord, we pray for his family, that you would continue to comfort them, you would continue to strengthen them. We pray for Eileen, even as she leads this team. We pray for the entire team, the senior leadership team. We pray, oh God, that your grace, your favor, and your blessing would rest upon them. And Father, we commit the rest of our day today into your hands, that indeed you would speak to each one of us for the glory and honor of your name. We give you praise, we give you glory. It's in Jesus' name that we pray and believe. Amen and amen. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Anduvate. I think one of my biggest takeouts when I was training to become a coach was that really becoming a coach is a commitment to humility and brokenness, a dying to self, and so a great reminder there. Thank you, Pastor Anduvate. I'd like to acknowledge our graduates. I think we know that people are graduating, but it might not be a full picture what they're graduating from, if I may use that term. And so in total today, we have 43 graduates who will be conferred as globally certified coaches. Finally, after 7 months of commitment, energy, you're finally here, an investment, financial time investment. So we celebrate you. We have 3 cohorts that we're going to be graduating. The first cohort, graduating from the Global Diploma in Executive Leadership Coaching Program, that would be cohort 11, and we have 7 graduates who will be graduating from that class. If you're asking what that program has to do with, it is a premier ICF accredited global coaching diploma, specially designed for the discerning and human-centered executive marketplace leaders who are seeking to multiply their leadership impact and legacy. It's an ICF level 2 program, a very high level of proficiency, very comprehensive, with a rating of 150 approved coach-specific training hours. And so round of applause for the CLC cohort. Wave to the people. We acknowledge you and we celebrate you. All right, we also have a very, 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 very special class, the WBN cohort. The WABN cohort would be graduating from the Global Executive Coaching Diploma. They'll be graduating as certified executive coaches, and in total they are 11 graduates. This program is an equivalent, if I may summarize it, of the CLC program, but specifically curated for the WOBN network. WOBN is very dear to us, a special partner that has partnered with us in our launching of building coaching centers within professional bodies, and so we are grateful for this partnership, and we acknowledge you again, 11 graduates from the Global Executive Coaching Diploma. We also have 25 graduates who are graduating from the Global Diploma Professional Coaching Program, cohort 19 and 20, round of applause for them. So this program is a versatile and comprehensive ICF accredited program with a rating of 103 approved code-specific training hours. If you're asking yourself what all of that means, it's just very deep and comprehensive. ICF requires that you have 60 hours to be valid as a level 1 program. We offer one that is 43 hours more. And so it really is a versatile and comprehensive program for those seeking to position themselves as internationally accredited professional coaching practitioners within organizations and beyond. Again, let's celebrate cohort 19 and 20, in total graduating 25 graduates, and in total 43 graduates. And this journey would not have been complete, or rather possible, without the sponsoring organizations. And so we want to acknowledge the organizations that sent their leaders to CDI-Africa Coaching Group saying, we want you to take our leader through this journey. We acknowledge Prudential Africa, the Women on Boards Network. We acknowledge DAI Global LLC, Family Bank, ZEPRI, MasterCard Foundation, Outreach Tours, and Safari Limited, Atara Solutions, and Safaricom PLC. We applaud you and we thank you for your partnership. Thank you for trusting us to train your leaders to embrace this new mindset that really elevates human potential. So some of you may have joined us having experienced us before, others maybe not so much. And so I'll just take a very short time to explain to you who CDI-Africa Coaching Group is. So we are largely, for a very long time, have been known as a coach training organization, but we are also a leadership development organization, and we've been serving the region for the last 17 years. Tell your neighbor, 17 is no joke. 17 is no joke. Imagine having a 17-year-old child. That child is grown, ready to leave your mother's house, or rather your house. We're the mothers, right? Sorry. So, you know, it's been a journey of 17 years. We got our accreditation with ICF in 2015, and we resubmitted our, the word escapes me. We got reaccredited, yeah? Okay, we got reaccredited last year as a level 2 school. A level 2 school, again, just acknowledging how comprehensive our programs are. We are very, very happy to be able to training Africans, knowing just how much the coaching profession is developed in the West. We are very, very happy and godly proud to be able to be contributing to this agenda of elevating coaching within Africa. And so what are our lines of service? We offer 3 services. Our main service being coaching within organizations. We have culture transformation projects that we run with our partners, largely kicking off as leadership assessments or leadership masterclasses that allow organizations to train their leaders on how leaders can lead with a human-centric approach. Because it's a human-centric approach that is sustainable. There are many ways to drive performance, but the human-centered approach is what we focus on in training leaders within organizations. We also offer, of course, the global diplomas, some of which I have highlighted today. That's also a line of service that we have. And last but not least, we also offer one-on-one coaching, group and team coaching for organizations, and we've been able to do this, offer these services over the last 17 years. Our impact and reach so far, I'll refer to the screen. 100 plus cohorts have been trained through CDI-Africa Coaching Group, you being amongst those 100. 1,300 coaches have been trained as globally certified coaches at different levels of certification. We have 720 plus executives coached. I believe that number probably is now at 1,000 plus. 25 plus countries that we have had representation. People that come from Tanzania, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mauritius, Tanzania. And so we partner with organizations across Africa to help them with their agendas of building coaching organizations. And we again kick that off by training their senior executive leaders to take on that journey. We have been recognized at least twice by ICF in the ICF Prism Award, should I say event or ceremony that they hold, as a partner that successfully journeys with organizations to build coaching cultures. And of course, last but not least, Aileen doesn't like this particular part, but we must give her flowers. Aileen is the first Master Certified Coach in Eastern Central Africa. So we are the home of the very first Master Certified Coach in Eastern Central Africa. Again, godly proud for that, because it allows us to be able to bring the comprehension, the depth, exposure and experience as regards things coaching. And so in a nutshell, that's who we are and what we do. We would not be able to deliver the impact that you have seen in the previous slide without this able, capable team that you see on the screen, of course, led by Aileen Lasker, our program director. We have members of faculty, Dr. David Tuku, who is a professional certified coach, Claire Wanjiko, who a lot of you have interacted with also, an associate certified coach, Catherine Tole, associate certified coach, Senje Veldus, who's also an associate certified coach, Tamala Chira, situated all the way in Malawi. I believe she's joining us virtually. How many of us interacted with Tamala? Fabulous human being, an amazing coach. Catherine Wahome, she's also an ACC. Karen Bajowski, again, based in the United States, PCC. I believe most of us have interacted with her. And last but not least, George Nuthu, who has journeyed with us over the previous years and also supported us in delivering our programs. And these are some of the clients that we have partnered with over the years. If you see your logo here, we applaud you, we thank you for contributing at some point in our journey of 17 years, allowing us to reach the impact that we have had. And so I'm done with the PowerPoint, I promise. We're about to get into a segment of inspiration. So we have 3 cohorts, and each cohort has a representative who will be sharing with us what training as a coach has meant for them. They're going to be sharing with us what impact coaching has had on them at an individual level and at a professional level. And so I'd like to call on our cohort representatives. We will have them in 2 sets, and so I will go ahead and introduce the 2 who will initially come. So representing the Global Diploma Executive Leadership Coaching Program, Cohort 11, will be John Waimiri. He is the Executive Director, Family Group Foundation. So he will speak on behalf of the cohort. Karibu sana, Mr. Waimiri. And following right after will be the representative for the Global Executive Coaching Diploma, WBN Edition, Cohort 1, Dr. Skita Mbogwa, Executive Director, Women, Peace, Climate, Resilience, Justice Association. And so kindly take stage, John, you're very welcome. Dr. Skita, you may follow him right after. Karibuni. Let's encourage him as he comes to share with us.
Thank you very much. Distinguished dignitaries gathered here today to celebrate 10 years, a decade of excellence, CDI Africa faculty, as well as the founder and president, my fellow certified coaches gathered here today, 43 of us online and physically, as well as the ladies and gentlemen who've joined us, friends, relatives, brothers, sisters, etc. Standing here on this very auspicious occasion is a great privilege and honor for me. And on behalf of my fellow ICF credentialed certified executive coaches who are seated on my extreme right, cohort 11, I'm genuinely filled with immense pride, outstanding accomplishment, and heartfelt gratitude. Mine was a 9-month journey through the ICF Executive Leadership Coaching Program, which I would call transformative. It has been a voyage of self-discovery, fostering emotional intelligence, personal and professional growth through learning, unlearning, and relearning. This experiential training has profoundly shaped not only my professional path, but also my personal journey at work, but also at home and within my community. So I have cultivated a passion that has been driven by 4 things. Number 1, intrinsically developing interest in coaching. Number 2, engaging in very intensive skills development to hone my coaching skills. Number 3, acknowledging coaching as being integrally connected to elevating human greatness. And finally, creating hope. Hope to create a compelling vision of the future. So when I embarked on this coaching training, it was evident it would be a rigorous and challenging endeavor, and I speak that from my heart. So in the great words of Winston Churchill, it reflected on me that I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. However, victory at all costs, victory despite all terror, victory however long and hard the journey may be, for without victory there wasn't going to be any survival. And so this pragmatic training stretched me both intellectually as well as emotionally. So from the onset, I was deeply immersed in self-introspection, as well as expanding my understanding of what it truly means to be a certified coach. This essentially encapsulates the power of a growth mindset, and can be better defined by Carol Dweck, who emphasizes that our talents and skills can be significantly enhanced through purposeful engagement, through dedication, perseverance, as well as hard work. And so through the coaching program, I have enjoyed the privilege of working with the industry's best in class. And I can say that from the accolades that have been spoken here to us, most talented as well as global coaches. Invariably, your guidance and support has pushed me beyond my perceived stretch limits and reached new heights of excellence. And through your wisdom and encouragement, I've gained insights that have enhanced both my coaching skills as well as profoundly enriching my life. So as I reflect on the past months spent immersed in this training, I'm filled with a sense of gratitude. And I think could have been better said, the sense of the 5 things you enumerated to us earlier here. Gratitude for the challenges that have tested my resilience, my agility, as well as my determination. Gratitude for the wisdom imparted to my instructors and mentor coaches. Gratitude for the companionship and friendship and support of my fellow certified colleagues and coaches in cohort 11. And above all, gratitude for the opportunity to serve others through the transformative power of coaching. So service, yet again, is mentioned here. Moving forward, I do so with a sense of purpose and passion, armed with the knowledge, technical skills, and insights gained as a certified executive leadership coach. And in the spirit of lifelong learning, it is a journey of continuous growth, continuous development, and transformation towards leading a fulfilling and impactful life. So today, as I stand here and speak on behalf of my colleagues in cohort 11, we reiterate our commitment more than ever to positively transform the lives of those we serve, whether coaching executives, coaching leaders, or diverse individuals who are striving to maximize their personal as well as their professional potential. We are confident in steering our current and future clients on their individual life journeys towards true fulfillment, as well as a resolve to make tomorrow better than today. And in closing, I'm reminded of this parable of the bricklayers. 3 bricklayers were asked, "What are you doing?" And the first says, "I am laying bricks." The second says, "I am building a church." The third says, "I am building the house of God." So, when you think about that, the first bricklayer has a job, and so he's doing his job. The second has a career, whereas the third has a calling to make the world a better place for prosperity and posterity. And as we pause here today, ask yourself, which of these 3 bricklayers do you identify with? Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Kita Ocharo, and I'll be representing my cohort, the Global Executive Coaching Diploma. I'm very, very excited today. Well, today is a day of celebration, reflection, and immense gratitude. As I stand before you, I'm filled with excitement and godly pride, as you may call it, to be graduating from the Global Executive Coaching Diploma program at the CDI Africa. This journey has been transformative in many, many ways than I could have imagined, and I'm honored to share my experience with you all. Choosing the Global Executive Coaching Diploma program was a decision that was rooted in a desire to elevate my leadership and coaching skills to a global standard. In a world that is rapidly evolving, I recognized the need for advanced tools and methodologies that could help me navigate the complex challenges and drive impactful change within my organization and beyond. CDI Africa's reputation for excellence and its commitment to developing world-class coaches made it an obvious choice. The impact of this training on my personal life has been very profound. The program has not only equipped me with exceptional coaching techniques, but has also fostered a deep sense of self-awareness and emotional intelligence. I have learned to listen more intently, communicate more effectively, and approach challenges with a solution-oriented mindset. These skills have enriched my personal relationship, making me a better partner, friend, and parent. Throughout this program, I have gained invaluable perspectives, skills, and insights that have empowered me as a leader and board member. One of the most significant skills I have acquired is the ability to facilitate meaningful change through powerful questioning and active listening. This has enabled me to guide my team with great empathy and clarity, fostering a culture of continuous improvement and innovation. Additionally, the strategic frameworks and coaching models taught in this program have enhanced my decision-making capabilities, allowing me to lead with confidence and foresight. The holistic and integrative approach to coaching education stands out about the GECD program and CDI Coaching Group. Unlike other programs I have encountered, CDI-Africa blends theoretical knowledge and practical application seamlessly. The faculty comprises seasoned professionals who bring real-world experience and insights into the classroom, making learning both relevant and impactful. The sense of community and support among peers is also unparalleled. This program not only teaches us to be a coach, but also immerses you in a network of like-minded individuals committed to excellence and continuous growth. I wholeheartedly believe that other leaders should consider enrolling in this program. In today's dynamic and often unpredictable environment, coaching and leading effectively is more crucial than ever. This program equips leaders with the skills to inspire, motivate, and develop their teams, driving organizational success. Moreover, it cultivates a mindset of lifelong learning and adaptability, essential qualities for any leader aiming to thrive in this modern world. If I were to describe CDI-Africa Coaching Group in just a few words, they would be transformative, empowering, and excellence. As I conclude, I extend my deepest gratitude to the faculty and staff of CDI-Africa for their unwavering support and dedication to our growth and success. To my fellow graduates today, congratulations on this remarkable achievement. Let us carry forward the lessons and skills we have acquired, using them to impact our respective fields and communities positively. Thank you, and let's continue to strive for greatness in all we do. Congratulations to all of us.
Thank you for those reflective sentiments and commitments. And now, hearing from the cohort representative, Global Diploma Professional Coaching Program, cohort 19, is Eva Wangoi Givinji, Finance Business Partner, Safaricom PLC. If I may kindly ask Jessica Donovan, founder and CEO of Resilient Future Advisors, to just join us closer to the stage so we can, what do you say? Save on some time, yeah, rescue some minutes. And so, welcome Eva. Jessica, you may follow right after. Karibu.
So congratulations to all of us. 10th graduation ceremony. So I want to add 7 to that because 7 signifies completeness, divine completeness. One of the things that I picked the very first day we had a session with Aileen was mission of presence. And for me, coaching has been a mission of presence, not just to myself, but to the people around me. And I'm grateful to God that our daughter Jerry is here to see what mission of presence means. So thank you, Jerry, for honoring your mom to be here. Happy Mother's Week, because it was Mother's Day on Sunday. And I think this is International Coaching Week, so everything is in place, and we honor God for that. So the 7 I'm adding is actually from the theme, elevating human greatness. So elevate. So what does elevate mean for me? The first E is empathy. As a coach, I have learned that I need to be very present and be in the shoes of the person opposite me. So be it my spouse, my mom, my leader, whoever it is, just be empathetic so that I can be able to do the next thing, listen, and listening actively. That's the other thing I learned as a coach. Then after that, as I listen, I ask questions so that I can evoke awareness. After I evoke awareness, I get to speak to that person and validate them as I ask the other question or get a clarification, or as I allow them to bring the abundance that comes from within them, because everyone has the answers to the problems they have, as long as we are present for them and as long as we ask them the questions that are validating what it is that they are going through. After the abundance, I allow that person to thrive because we are going to be having a conversation around their growth. And then eventually, as I do that, I go to one word that has been spoken about here severally, help them to get their purpose in order, and that helps to elevate the human greatness in them. So what I have done is honor CDI by adding 7, because today is 17th, so there's 10, and then there's the 7 elements from the word greatness. The first one being empathy, the next one being listening actively, the third being evoking awareness, the fourth validating, the fifth thrive. Did I miss a number? Yes. E for empathy. Morianki, I hope you are listening and counting. Empathy. L for listening actively. E for evoking awareness. V for validating. A for bringing the abundance. And then T, thriving. So that's those are the 7 elements. So 7 elements, today being the 17th day of May 2024 is a day I will not forget, because it has enabled me to one, be able to stand in front of you and tell you that I am a better mother, I am a better employee, I am a better servant of the community, I am a better spouse, better sister, because I decided to take the next step and take up the mission of presence through coaching. Thank you so much, CDI. Thanks to my organization, thanks to my family, and thanks to my fellow cohort members, because with the engagements we had, and the conversations we did, and the training sessions we did, and the practice that we did, I am a better person today. The mission of presence continues. Let's live our purpose and continue to elevate the human greatness in each one of us. God bless you.
Honored guests, fellow CDI delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to stand here before you today representing Cohort 20. It's a privilege to share our journey and to celebrate this momentous occasion with you. Today I'd like to talk about this week's themes of International Coaching Week that also underpin our graduation. Those are the themes of innovate, elevate, and celebrate. First, we innovate. Last year, I found myself at a crossroads. After nearly 25 years as a leader in the nonprofit sector, I had reached a point where my motivation and my morale were at an all-time low. Despite past successes, I felt the urgent need for change. I considered switching organizations or doing something different, but I knew deep down in my gut that that wasn't the answer. I needed to truly innovate and to make bold internal changes. What's interesting about that is that it was my near-decade partnership with my own personal coach that helped me to make that decision. And it was the choice that I made to become a coach myself that truly led to my personal transformation. I vividly recall our first day as our coaching cohort. We shared diverse backgrounds and embarked on this journey, unaware of the profound changes it would bring. In all fairness to the CDI team, you told us, but this power of transformation isn't understood until we live it. Coaching not only helped me innovate, but it has also reshaped my entire perspective. Next, I'll share about Elevate. It's still early days for me and my fellow delegates, but I think we've already seen the power that coaching brings to the individuals and teams that we work with. Whether we worked with leaders, fellow delegates, our families, our spouses, our kids. I know that everyone we worked with has had a glimpse at the elevation that comes from working with a coach. On a personal note, adopting a coaching mindset has changed me for the better. I now approach each day with a commitment to growth. My partner and I often laugh at the fact that we can't simply experience emotions anymore. We have to dissect them, understand their roots, and then talk about how we can transform them. But each day, we challenge each other and those we work with to elevate themselves and to vibrate a little higher. Finally, today is a celebration. So who's ready to go party? But beyond the festivities, let's take a moment to celebrate this journey that we are on and for having chosen to bring coaching into our lives and to acknowledge the growth that because of that we've experienced. We are here because we believe in making a difference in our lives and a difference in the lives of those we serve. I believe the tools that we've learned here through CDI are unifying. Through coaching, we've come together, and through coaching, we will bring others together. For this, it is time to celebrate. I also want to take this opportunity to celebrate the CDI family, without whom we would not be here today. They say it takes a village, and learning to coach has been no different. From those who enrolled us, to Benson and Mariah and the rest of the team, who prompted us when we were running late, who were there to answer questions, to follow up on our assignments, and to make sure our WhatsApp group was very active. To Sanjay and Claire, our fearless cohort leaders, and to Mala, our patient, or maybe sometimes not so patient, mentor coach. To Morris and Eileen, and the rest of the CDI family, on behalf of Cohort 20, I want to say a big thank you and to celebrate you all. Finally, fellow delegates, I would like to celebrate you. This has indeed been a journey, and one I am grateful to have been joined with each and every one of you on. I look forward to the future, and I know that our coaching tent is bright. So let's continue to innovate, elevate, and celebrate together. With that, I thank you.
Wow, I'm almost staring. Is it just me? Is the AC in the room? No? All right, so we have two more, and I would like to actually say that the next two are quite special to us. The first one being Alex Taman. Alex, if you could approach the stage. Solomon Zomo, I'd ask you to also just sit on the side. Alex is special to us because he is one, our colleague, but also he happens to be the son of Aileen Lasker. I believe possibly our youngest ever delegate, I think. Come on, why are you training to become a coach at this age? And I must say, you look dashing, Alex. All right, so Alex will be sharing his testimony with us. I'd also like to, just to allow him to come right after, to mention Solomon Zomo, CFO Mivida Home, who will be speaking on behalf of the Leadership Masterclass Coaching for High Performance programs that we have ran. We have trained 120 plus leaders through this program. Unfortunately, we're not able to host all of them today, given that how big this crowd is. But Solomon Zomo will be speaking on behalf of that particular program. I noticed that I did not highlight it earlier, and so just to bring it to your attention, it is a 10-week program that allows senior organizational leaders to develop high-performing teams and multiply leaders across the organization. so that the leader can progressively envision the future and focus on strategic business leadership matters. Yeah. So again, it's our short course, short period program through which we have, I believe, graduated or commissioned 120 plus leaders. And so, Alex, sorry for stealing your shine, but you may come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, like many of you today, I remember vividly the moment I knew the Global Diploma Certified Professional Coach program was the right program for me. Many, many years ago, a little over 22 years ago, when I first met Aileen Lasker MCC, I knew I had to have this coaching thing that she's preaching about. Now, although my coaching journey did not begin 22 years ago, it also didn't begin 9 months ago when I first enrolled for the diploma. The photo in front of you is of a 15-year-old Alex, taken on a day he had accompanied his mother to work, where she was training senior managers and organizational leaders on leading with a coaching mindset. Now, at the time, I didn't know much about coaching or leadership, but I remember thinking to myself, these grown-ups are a bit too emotional about this coaching thing. Some were even in tears, exclaiming, I'm no longer dictating, commanding or telling, but listening, empowering, understanding. At around the time this photo was taken, an interesting shift occurred in my life. You see, growing up, I wasn't one you would necessarily describe as academically gifted. Never the top of my class. And this was painfully evident during my times in school, where the school administration would post exam results on a public board, listing each student's performance ranked from top to best. Now, as you can imagine, in a list of over 150 students, for most students, it was a difficult task to find your name and therefore your performance. Not for me, lakini, and it wasn't because I was at the top. Much like our government, I adopted a bottom-up approach. And in no time, I knew just how I had performed. Furthermore, it didn't make things easier that I come from a home of such high achievers and high performers with stories of, Alex, you know, I walked over 15 kilometers to school. Na nilipita hii maths. Okay, you have 42 out of 50, lakini hiyo 8 umeachia nani? That Alex, you have 1 head, 2 hands, and 2 legs, just like that number 1. Now, although these statements were made as an attempt to encourage me that even in adversity, if you set your mind to something, you can achieve, that those deemed as excellent are just as human as you are, they instead planted seeds of self-doubt, making me feel not intelligent enough, not smart enough, just not good enough. In high school, during open days, one every term, the school would invite parents to come and have a conversation with the teachers on the students' performance. And how this was set up was all the teachers would be in one big hall just like this, each teacher with a desk and a chair. And if you got below a C+ in a particular subject, you had to meet that subject's teacher with your parents. Now, our school had many events during the calendar year where they invited parents. And my parents did their very best to attend, as many as they could. But if there was one that attendance was guaranteed, it was open days. And so being the loving child that I am, noticing just how passionate my parents are about these open days, I ensured we saw all the teachers. Now, during one of these open days, after having the same conversations we had had the previous term and the term before that, with the same teachers we had had these conversations with the previous term and the term before that, whilst giving my usual "I'm sorry for disappointing you" speech that I had given the previous term and the term before that, my mother said to me something that has forever stuck with me. "Alex, as long as you do your best, we're happy. How can we support you to do your best, to be your best?" You see, ladies and gentlemen, elevating human greatness for Alex was finally shifting the narrative from your success is defined by everybody else's expectations of you to you define your own success. There's a famous proverb. There's a famous proverb on not fishing for the man, but rather teaching the man to fish. I dare argue it's less about teaching the man to fish and more about, first, understanding his current reality with regards to fishing. Why is it important? Why is fishing important to them? How do they choose to move forward given that why? And then finally, what kind of support would be most meaningful to them? Ladies and gentlemen, like the senior managers and organizational leaders when I had accompanied my mom to work, I urge all of you to elevate from a point of empathy, to elevate from a point of understanding, to elevate from a point of acceptance. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I will give a story, a brief one for that matter. A little girl comes home one day, finds the mom preparing dinner. And the mom on this particular day happened to be preparing fish. But something peculiar the daughter noticed is that the mother had cut off the head, chopped off the head and put it aside. And it didn't look like the mom was intending to cook the head. So she was just preparing the rest of the fish. So the daughter wondered, why on earth will somebody chop off the head and prepare the difference, the balance? So she asks the mom, "Mom, why are you doing this?" The mom at first was perplexed by the audacity of this little girl and dismissively told her, "I found this thing done like this, so you go ask your grandmother. I found her doing it this way, she taught me how to do it this way." So the girl walks to the grandma and asks the grandma, "Shosh, I found mom preparing fish and she's chopped off the head and she asked me to come and ask you this question." The grandma also didn't have an answer. She also found it done that way and she also responded in a similar manner after staring and wondering where will this girl, has she gotten all this audacity from? So she tells her she also found it that way, and that's what the mother taught the grandma as well. So the girl decides, let me go and ask the great-grandmother who happened to be around. But the great-grandmother had a very different attitude towards this question or towards the daughter. She was proud because first somebody had finally challenged why things are done the way they are done. And so she sat the daughter down and gave her a long story about it, but I'll summarize that story. So she explained that back in the day when she was growing up, the population, the human population around that village were fewer people. And so the fish could grow to bigger sizes, and there was no cases of overfishing and what have you. So every time they will go and catch fish, the fish always tended to be bigger than the sufuria, or the pot, or whatever it is they were using to cook. So because there was no shortage of meat or protein for that matter, and why struggle with the bony part of the fish when you have the rest of the meat? So they will chop off the head and prepare the difference. So the rest, the mom and the grandma happened to be within, so they overheard the story. So they also were picked up by that curiosity, and they were like, surely where have we been cutting off this head? Because now the population has now increased, the human population have increased, there's overfishing, so the fish are smaller, so they can fit in the pot. So what this little story came to my mind when we were going through our leadership as a class, and this class was about asking the right questions and challenging processes and systems in our organizations, in our lives, and in our different spheres of why we find things being done that way. And it led me to just be picky and ask why are certain things done the way they're done. And a good number of times, and in most of organizations, the answer is normally the famous, I found it done that way, it has always worked, why are we changing it? But 99% of the time, or close to 99% of the time, that's a very inefficient process or way of doing things. There are better ways of doing things. So even in our coaching sessions, as we were going through our class, and we learned the importance of asking the right questions. And this little girl had the audacity, had the confidence of always asking the right questions and not giving up despite not getting an answer at first. So in the famous words of Swale Mdoe, tafakari ya babu.
Thank you, cohort representatives, for sharing your hearts with us. A lot to reflect on, even for us who have trained in years past. At this point, I'd like to invite our faculty representative, Global Diplomas, Claire Wanjiko. She is an associate director, also at CDI-Africa Coaching Group, to share her charge to the graduates. Karibu sana, Claire. Claire has contributed significantly to the impact we've been able to achieve over the years. She is the lead faculty for our Global Diploma in Professional Coaching. Again, a very special part of our body at CDI-Africa Coaching Group. Karibu sana, Claire. Come on. Bigger round of applause for Claire. Very much deserving.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, to make it more formal, distinguished guests, our esteemed graduates, CDI alumni who are here, our CDI partners, all protocols observed. We are greatly honored that you could be here with us today, and that includes those of us who are watching us online from across the world. It is a great honor. So my brief here is brief, actually, because I have been given the task to speak on behalf of the faculty members and for the Global Diploma program. And I know that each one of them would have a lot to say to you today. But most of all, being very God proud that you have gone through this process of becoming coaches, becoming the very best version of yourself. But I will try to be brief and focused around this. So you saw the faculty team that was highlighted to you here today. So I'm speaking on behalf of some of them. And I know for the global diplomas, would have loved to meet with Senje today. Senje is, she's traveled. She's back home in Europe, but she's watching us online. So celebration is a very integral part of coaching, as we all know. That's what, step number 3, 4, all right? And that's what we want to do here today. We want to really celebrate each one of you graduates, because as a faculty, we have witnessed your commitment firsthand. You know, from your engagement in class, having those cameras on for 3 hours, I know it's not easy, right? To showing up for your peer coaching practices, to mentor coaching sessions, to journal submissions, and the notorious lesson catch-up journal, right? And also having our beloved team, our admin team, who we really owe a lot, even as a faculty. Just having them there keeping you accountable. And then to crown it all, the final coaching assessment test that all of you really prepared for. And I'm glad to say that we did not have any fail. And it's not because the whole process was easy. No. And I know you can all attest to that. But it's because of your commitment to learning, your commitment to excellence and to transformation that you signed up for. So we want to celebrate you all. So as you step forward today as world-class coaches, which is what you are, you're now equipped with knowledge, with the skills, coaching posture, and a mindset, together with a deep appreciation of the power of human potential, all right? Remember the transformative power that you hold in your hands. It is evident to you all by now that coaching is not merely a profession. It is a calling. It is a commitment to actually guiding or helping others towards their fullest potential, towards elevating human greatness in others. Whatever sphere of influence you're going to get into, whatever domain or whatever niche area you are. And I think I'm already preaching to the converted, all right? So our brief is to convert, to transform one conversation at a time as we elevate this human greatness. So in a world that is constantly evolving, we have a lot of challenges, all right, as well as opportunities. The need for skilled as well as compassionate coaches has never been greater. And you now have the power to inspire, to motivate, and to empower individuals to achieve their dreams. You actually hold the candle that will illuminate their path, whatever sphere of life they hail from, recognizing here that there are different niches. But what we are saying here, we are not playing God at all. Even though the power is bestowed upon us to be destiny connectors. But as Pastor Gibson said, it's all about dying to selves, humility. It's all about partnership that we keep talking about, that coaching is partnership. It's all about co-creating with others to make this difference. So coaching as a profession is actually a lifelong journey, as you know now, by now, for professional growth and development. And this commitment will actually set you apart as coaches. And we know that with the proliferation of coaching in our context, here in Kenya and beyond, we have more and more discerning clients, individual professionals, corporate organizations, institutions, even churches now. We know we have Pastor Gibson and a big constituency behind him. In their being discerning, they are looking for coaches with solid foundations, with proven evidence-based approaches like you have witnessed or gone through with CDI. And therefore, mine is to really encourage you to use that as you bring forth also the ethical practices that you now have in creating solutions for the 21st century, both at institutional level, business level, and societal level. And to conclude, you are now part of a larger body of the CDI alumni. You see, we are at graduation number 10, so there are many more that have come before you, and we now have a critical mass of coaches. And even as you contemplate joining the ICF Kenya chapter, we do have that critical mass. And for us, we want to encourage you to leverage on those networks for learning, for confidence building, for business collaboration, and for greater impact. And I want to just remind you, even as I know my faculty members would say this, and this is just an encouragement to all of you. Remember that you've attended globally accredited programs that have been designed and delivered with rigor and in line with the ICF global standards. All right? So please go coach full out. You have what it takes. Don't get stuck in pro bono coaching, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right client, waiting for the best time to coach your team. No, you are ready, and now is the time. You are good enough, okay? So, and I want to leave you with a quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes. So, greatness is not where we stand, but in the direction we are moving is where we find it. We must sail sometimes with the wind and sometimes against it. But sail we must, but not drift, not lie at anchor by keeping your certificate in the drawer, waiting for the right moment or the right team, all right? So we must actually not lie at anchor, but keep moving in the direction that we have. So may you continue to inspire and uplift those around you as you're already doing. We did hear your beautiful testimonies during the capstone presentations. And we know as a faculty, Eileen, Maurice, we know that you are already destined for greatness. You're already making an impact. And therefore, for me, I want to say congratulations once again. And may your future be filled with success, fulfillment, and endless opportunities to make a difference. Thank you for choosing CDI Africa to be your learning and personal transformational partner. We wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, for those remarks. Turn to your neighbor again and let them know you are enough. You need to have more gusto. Just tell them you are enough. Right, a good reminder there for us who are trained as coaches. Now, CDI-Africa Coaching Group's mission is to transform leadership and to inspire sustainable high performance. And so we've been on a 17-year journey of really moving from a trajectory of, or rather from adding to a trajectory of multiplication. And so we have had the pleasure of being led by our current CEO, Maurice Matumo, who is helping us in our trajectory of multiplication, multiplying of coaches, multiplying of coaching capabilities within organizations, with professional bodies. And at this point, just like to invite him to come and share a little bit more of his message to today's graduates, but then also charge to us concerning this trajectory, this mission that we have as a body. And so welcome, Maurice Matumo, CEO, CDI-Africa Coaching Group, Certified Executive Leadership Coach.
All right, so, this being a formal occasion, it does require me to be formal, but for those of you who know me, I'm possibly the most informal person you will ever encounter. So please dance with me as I make my remarks, because I'm going to be all over the place, but I'll try and make them very brief. So first agenda to dispense with is first and foremost, Pastor Dovante, to acknowledge my beautiful wife, Samantha. Please, if you can stand up and wave. Pastor, that has been done from a place of love, but also to make sure there is peace in the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East. So I guess to get into the more formal comments that I had for today's session, it is really just to really congratulate those who are graduating today. When we started this journey, I did get an opportunity to start off or commission most of the classes at the beginning of the various cohorts that are represented here today. And I remember the biggest conversation that we promised, or the promise that we gave you as CDI-Africa, was a promise of transformation. That you are signing up to a journey not only that was going to help you from a professional, from a personal space, but we also promised you a journey that, in my view, is intertwined with our spiritual journey. And I pray that it has been as we promised, and from the testimonies that I've had, just based on those people who in the capstone projects, those that I was able to attend, I think it has come to me clearly that I kind of believe from where we sit, we have delivered to make sure that we give you an experience that will without a doubt change the way you show up, the way you lead, the way you impact others. And for that, I want to say congratulations. And now, since it's only one of me here and the 43 of you out there, please clap for yourselves. Now, beyond the certification is, in a sense, knowingly or unknowingly, you have taken quite a burden now. Because, you know, before you could have feigned ignorance. Now you're coaches. Now, by becoming a coach, it basically means you are signed up to the journey to change how we think about leading. Now, and this is testimony. I mean, I can speak to my own testimonies and speak to working within the corporate space. I did have an opportunity to work with some amazing leaders, like our chief guest here, Paul Kasimu, who will be making his remarks shortly. But also, it's also true, and many of you also would speak to this, I'm sure, that you've also had the experience of working with some not so great leaders. And I think we've seen the impact of poor leadership, not only in wasted resources, but what it does to the person, to the human being, to the mental space, and the extrapolated impact of that. That where one has been led poorly in an organization, in whatever context, there is a high propensity that they will either get themselves in a more toxic relationship, simply because they went through what was actually a horrendous experience. Now, you are coaches, which then means you have now a responsibility to join the mission that we are on at CDI, which is to change the way we lead. And so my prayer and hope is that you use the skills, the learnings, the experiences that you've gone through this far to sort of create a better space for the next generation, for those behind us, so that we can actually change the way we lead within our country, in our organizations, and in the continent at large. And so, to those graduating today, I'll say this as a matter of fact: coaching works. The only time it doesn't work is when? If you don't use it. Coaching works. It's been proven to work. We've all seen what it has, if you kind of think about the personal transformation journey, it does start from a self-awareness, including ourselves, and that's what I believe coaching sort of speaks to. So as I kind of finalize my comments, I will just share a little bit about the mission we are on as CDI. We are committed to democratize coaching, and that's sort of the mission that we are on together with my colleagues and faculty and our board led by Dr. David Thuku. And we're really thinking about how do we take coaching in all the spaces. And as I invite you, I thought it would be important to share that we at CDI at the moment, as you would know, offer one-on-one coaching, we offer team coaching, we do offer various programs, but we have in this season a very deliberate intention to partner with organizations. And why organizations? Organizations because we believe in so doing, we can actually create scale and take coaching to every part of our community, every part of our ecosystem. And so the work that we do today with organizations, whether those be in the corporate sense or professional bodies like what we're doing with WOBN, is really an effort to see how do we take coaching to the market at scale, get it embodied in how we think about leading, and in a way that then we can take these, like I did say, to the rest of it. So I want to take a few minutes just really to acknowledge, and I won't go through the entire list, but I'll just highlight a few, and if I don't mention you, it's not to say that we don't value you, but I'd like to really appreciate our colleagues and know represented here and partners in Family Bank. I think Elijah Karaoke, I did see him in the room. Thank you for the amazing work that you're doing at Family Bank to really embody the spirit of coaching. CIC Insurance, Pamela, the rest of the team there, led by your wonderful leader in Mr. Philip Lopokoyot. Amazing stuff that you're doing. Peter and Doreen here from Postbank under the leadership of Mr. Julius Kaketo. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity in the Ugandan market to partner with you in this journey. Dr. Eliud, who is the country lead for EGPAF, Elizabeth Glazer AIDS Foundation, for the amazing, amazing work that we did in the past year to sort of, again, take coaching to the organization. The work, Solomon at Mivida, which I know we're working through to see how we can take this to the organization. The open program, delegates who showed up for the program, I think all this speaks to the opportunities that we see and how coaching can help us solve for the different leadership approach we believe this country should embody and the community at large. So those are my comments, ladies and gentlemen. And so I'll finish sort of where I started by saying congratulations to those who will be graduating today. Well done. And remember, coaching works. The only time it doesn't work is if we don't use it. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Sorry. We do have a very funny CEO. So thank you for those remarks. And again, I think just highlighting, we are very grateful to the partners that have journeyed with us to this point, helping us to build coaching cultures within organizations. I think just to help clarify, Philip Lopkoit, ICA, CIC, Mr. Patrick Nyaga. I think we have Pamela's and names in both organizations, so just to make that clarification. So lunch is nearby. Lunch is nearby. We're soon going to be breaking to go eat. I'd like us to just stand. Please don't leave the room. Just stand for a stretch. Stand for a stretch. Right? Because we're about to hear more speeches on the impact of coaching, but now particularly impact within organizations. We're going to have some of these partner organizations share with us what their highlights have been. And so for the next 5 minutes, I want you to stretch your legs. Walk to someone who you have not met. One person that you have not met. You didn't come together. You were not in the same cohort. And I want you to just say hi. Let's just say hi. Say hello to someone. Get to know where they're from, why they're here. Make a connection. Networking is key in this coaching community. Don't be shy to make a second connection. You have 5 minutes. You can split that into 2.5, 2.5. Fantastic. In the spirit of coaching, you want to make sure you're not keeping it top surface. Ask a deep question that can be answered in a minute. All right. All right, you could be winding down, wind down the conversation. For those who are done, you may grab your seat. Let's kindly not step out of the room. Our program is swiftly continuing. So you may have your seat. Exchange. I'm seeing contacts being exchanged. If you haven't exchanged contracts, maybe we need a class on networking. Fantastic. All right, so let's grab our seats and so we can proceed with our program. It's time to grab our seats. We've done our stretch, broken the monotony. Let's kindly grab our seats. We're going to have lunch where we can connect some more. Again, lunch is coming. We're going to marry together, eat some cake. So let's kindly grab our seats and continue our conversation. Let's grab our seats. And at this point, I would like to prompt the organizations that are going to be speaking on behalf of their teams. Let's kindly be seated. Let's kindly be seated. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. Clap. All right, fantastic. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It really is difficult to tame the energy and the excitement in making the connections. All right, so that was just to break us from the monotony. I'd like to bring to our attention, again, we do have organizational representatives that are going to be speaking on behalf of their teams. I'd like to save on some time, and so that then we don't spill too much over our program. If I may kindly ask the leaders who are going to be speaking on behalf of their teams, really sharing what partnering with CDI on this matter of coaching has meant to them. If you could come to the side seats. We'll start off with PBU, Mr. Peter Senyange. Peter Senyange, accompanied by Doreen Muhangazi, PBU, Post Bank Uganda. So you can come and just, I guess, take your station on the side in readiness of sharing in 1 to 2 minutes. Quick pointers, 1 to 2 minutes. What has it meant for you? So that then we are not too late for our lunch. So Peter Senyange and then Doreen Muhangazi, both from Postbank Uganda, who have invested in training their leaders on how to lead with coaching competencies. We will have them followed by Elijah Karaoke, who will be speaking on behalf of Family Bank. Family Bank has consistently invested in training their leaders as executive leadership coaches. We want to hear some insight in 1 to 2 minutes, some highlights of what that has meant for them. We have Pamela from ICA and Washuka from ICA. If we could follow that order, PBU, Elijah Karaoke, Pamela from ICA, and then Washuka from CIC. Are we ready? We're good? Fantastic. Building coaching organizations. Karibu sana team PBU. Round of applause. Let's encourage them as they come to share.
All right, I will allow Doreen to go first. She just reminded me it's usually ladies first.
All right, good morning. My name is Doreen Muhangazi. I lead the human resource team for Postbank Uganda in the role of Chief Human Resource Officer. But also to mention that Kenya is my home. Worked here for about 5 years. And I had a name, it was Njeri. So I heard there is a Njeri in the crowd, yeah. Hi, sister. But I've also been able to see some former colleagues who are now in very big places. I've seen Samson, I've seen Solomon. So really well done, and I'm glad to be back home. Why was coaching very important for us? And I think I want to start by giving a disclaimer that Postbank Uganda is very, very different from Postbank Kenya. And it's mainly because I think recently there was a trending clip from His Excellency, the President. Yeah, and he gave some interesting remarks. So the bank has been on a very, very interesting journey. We have registered tremendous progress in terms of numbers, but now the biggest question was, how do we prepare ourselves for the next chapter of the bank? And so what we decided to do was, partner with CDI to prepare our leaders. They say that if you want to win the race of life, you start by winning the race of the minds. And so we started by trying to see how we can prepare our leaders, their minds, their posture, how they interact with their teams to be able to position the bank for the next phase in the journey. We have had a very beautiful journey. We're done with the masterclass. We're currently having the one-on-one coaching sessions, and our graduation is in July. So I really hope that the graduates today will be able to, pay back this debt and travel to Uganda. Yeah, we invite you in advance, and we hope to see you there. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to Peter.
Thanks, Doreen. I finally get the microphone. All right, so there's a bit of context in Doreen's presentation. So Doreen says we've made tremendous movement from the bank. Let me tell you a bit about Postbank. Postbank is state-owned. As you know, Postbanks are related to small banks with small savings. Pretty much very poor culture. Now, Doreen joined us about a year ago? About a year ago. So by the time she joined us, we had been in the trenches trying to turn around this bank. And it was a restructuring process. It was very ugly, but it was very needed. But what we didn't know as leaders is that you can change an org structure, but you can't change the minds and hearts of people as easily as you can do that. Now, we knew it maybe from different courses we had done, but as CFO, I have not seen a program impact our EXCO team like the coaching has had. And hopefully, we can take this further to the guys below us. We're still on a journey, and it's still early days. On a personal note, I'm very happy that I have a nicer team, a happier team. And Eileen, I had a bet with you at the start. I'm still winning that bet, that I'll be here at the end. What I think I didn't understand clearly was how it would change my leadership style and myself, and how I related with not only my peers, but with also my teammates. So I have not said this for a long time with all the management programs I've attended, but this was clearly a game changer. So thank you very much from Postbank Uganda.
Good morning. I had about 100-page speech because of what CDI has done for Family Bank. Yeah, so I'm Elijah, CHRO, Family Bank, but because I don't have much time, I'm going to squeeze that 100 pages to just one paragraph. So I'm an alumnus. I think we were in the same class with Pastor Aduvate, 2018, 2019, 2018, thereabout. So ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. So as a bank, we recognized that we needed to come up with an innovative approach that empowers individuals, fosters and drives sustainable growth to meet this new demand. This is deeply rooted in our belief to invest in our people who are building blocks of success. As such, we have endeavored to strategically invest in leadership, coaching, and trainings to unlock the full potential of our leaders and their teams, nurture talent, drive sustainable growth, and build a coaching and leadership culture. As a bank, we have so far trained and graduated over 12 executive coaches, leadership coaches, who have become executive leadership coaches. Allow me to give a special mention to our CEO, Nancy Jao, who is also an alumnus in this program. She exemplifies this efficacy of coaching by demonstrating the importance of upskilling and living up to our core values of winning together. She has been at the forefront of elevating human greatness. Today, we are pleased to be graduating 3 more members: our Chief Retail Officer, that is Phyllis, our Chief Internal Auditor, Garagari, and John Waimiri, our Executive Director on the social arm of the bank, that is the Family Bank Group. So what has been the impact of this investment? The result speaks for themselves. Through our internal coaching, performance coaching, and overall leadership improvement, we have seen a remarkable revolution in our organization culture. We have now fostered a culture of continuous learning through our weekly internal trainings for different staff members throughout the organization. Through these regular trainings, our colleagues and team members have been able to identify their strengths, weaknesses, and thus enabling them to set clear goals and work towards achieving them. This has in turn improved their overall performance and productivity. For those who are in HR field, like my friend Kasimu, you know that productivity and performance is a daily conversation for HR people. So this, we have been able to bridge the gap in personal growth, purpose, and fulfillment in the professional lives of our employees, and aligned their individual aspirations to our objectives. Leaders within the bank have become more aware, more adept in fostering collaboration, nurturing talent, and enhancing performance within their teams. So moving forward, Through continued partnership with CDI-Africa, we have made a commitment to ensure that every year we have our executive members and senior managers undertake this program. We have also made a commitment to continually make coaching a fundamental aspect of leadership at Family Bank at all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I was among the first few executives to go through this successful program. I can attest it has transformed my way of approaching challenges, improved my leadership skills, and helped me to cultivate a culture of growth and development. However, just like the leaders here today, someone held my hand along the way. So in this regard, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. David Thuku, who previously served as the bank's CEO. So thank you so much, David Thuku. His vision for talent development and leadership during this tenure helped shape our organizational culture, grow and nurture leaders such as myself. Therefore, I would like to urge other leaders who are in this, session to embrace coaching as a leadership style because it has profound impact on both individuals and organizations. It is a powerful tool for developing a high-performing teams or high-performing teams. My hope is that this year's theme, Innovate, Elevate, Celebrate, creates a blueprint of your coaching journey. Celebrate on successfully completing this significant milestone. Innovate on and cultivate a growth mindset. Elevate a culture of collaboration, growth, and development. I would like to review with this quote from Bob Nelson. You get the best effort from others, not by lighting a fire beneath them, but by building a fire within. Remember, your success is not only measured by your achievement, but the impact you make in the lives of the people around you. I would like to extend the bank's special thanks to CDI-Africa for creating tailored programs which empower us with skills to create sustainable, high-performing cultures within organizations. I continue to urge all of you to continue to foster and invest in unique opportunities and transform powerful professional coaching. So thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pamela Yamo Lamba from ICA Lion Group, and I'm very honored today to be standing here representing my organization. So coaching, in partnership with CDI-Africa, when I joined ICA Lion, the journey had already started in 2018. And why did we join in partnership with CDI? We found them to be professional. They're a strategic partner. So if you're really looking for somebody who's professional, strategic, impactful, and from where I stand, relational, relationships are very important. We're human beings, and we are created to have relationships. We've really appreciated the value that they bring, not as a vendor, but to partner with us as a relationship throughout the journey. So what have we done with CDI-Africa? When I joined, there was already a cohort of 22 executive leaders going through the global diploma. And right after that, we wanted to multiply coaching across the organization, across all levels. So we did a cohort of 26 leaders, and some of them are here with me today, 2 of them on a table down there. There's Joy Omondi and there's Georgia Buto. So we cascaded coaching across the teams with 26 leaders with the Leadership Masterclass, coaching for high performance. So what has coaching done for an organization? At ICA Lion, we are a high-performing organization. So that means we want leaders who can lead with a coaching mindset to inspire, motivate, and empower teams to deliver, while at the same time freeing our leaders to focus on the strategic. Because, hey, life is so complex. There are a lot of business challenges today in our context and globally. Change is the constant. So we need our leaders to be freed to focus on the strategic, while the teams can also be empowered and motivated to deliver. And what we found this year with the programs is that coaching has really tied to some of our strategic initiatives. We are on a culture transformation journey, and one of the things we want to do with this journey is to get people to be accountable and responsible, to make decisions where they matter, not to pass the buck, but to take that accountability. And coaching has really helped see this within our journey in the culture transformation. So as I end today, we did a rebrand, and we have a rallying call in our brand campaign that goes, what's the plan? So with partnership with CDI-Africa, our plan is to continue building leaders who lead with a coaching mindset to inspire, motivate, and empower teams to perform as a high-performing organization. And as Maurice says, allow me to borrow this, we found that coaching works. The only time it doesn't work is when. So thank you so much, Elaine and CDI Africa, and to all graduating today, congratulations. Please use your coaching skills. They really impact the organization, not just in the corporate world, but even at a personal level. If you were to speak to my son, he'd really tell you he only saw the shift when mom went through coaching and she stopped asking those questions of why, what, how come you did not. And he's seen the change. So coaching works, both in the professional and at a personal level. So thank you so much. I really appreciate and I'm honored to be here. Good afternoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a privilege and an honor to be invited here on behalf of CIC Insurance Group. Eileen, well done. Thank you very much. We are privileged and honored to have gone and taken through about 36 of our staff, executive members, and senior managers through the leadership program, the coaching masterclass. And it has really been transformational. One of the things that endeared us to this program was it was flexible. In terms of the program, we rearranged it, and Eileen and her team, including Maurice, allowed us to include self-awareness, a self-awareness package. That was really transformational. I mean, it brought insight into how we show up. How do you show up? It brought insight into who are you working with as a team member. I've always thought of you this way, but my perspective today changed after doing the self-awareness program. We enjoyed the individual coaching. We're still going through the program. We've enjoyed the access to the online platform. Eileen, as an enthusiast of e-learning, that was phenomenal to just be able to lean back and see what material did we focus on, what did we do. We appreciate the valuable access to the professional coaches and those who are accredited. It was tremendous. We have seen a lot of value. So what have we done since we took the course? When I joined the organization about a year and a half ago, we had approved a competency framework. And I was happy to see in the midst of the core competencies was coaching and mentoring. So for me, who sits in HR, in L&D, this came in at the right time. And as my colleagues who've stood here before, it was a good way to implement it and focus on it both at the top level and as we continuously engage in performance management. So we have used it as part of a program that we are calling Future Fit Skills. So we are embracing a blended format using both what we are learning from CDI and incorporating it into day-to-day performance activities. So it's great to solidify and confirm what we've always thought about CDI, seeing people and colleagues I've worked with before. So to CDI, you are doing a good job. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you all for those remarks. To close off our sessions of speeches before we hear from our keynote speaker of the day, will be WOBN co-founder, CS Rose Lumumba, and followed by David Thuku, Associate Director, CDI-Africa Coaching Group, and ICF PCC, and lastly, Susan Gishara, who is the president of ICF Kenya chapter. And so Rose Lumumba will be sharing with us what it has meant for them to invest in coaching as a professional body. We have heard from individuals who've invested in coaching. We've heard from organizations that have invested in coaching. We're looking at professional bodies that are looking to build coaching centers, and so that then we can actually really replicate this impact that we have enjoyed or have been able to extend it to a certain extent. And so welcome, Rose Lumumba. We are very eager to hear from you as to why WBN chose to do this partnership and what it has meant for you. If I could keenly just ask Dr. Thuku to be on standby, followed by Susan Geshara, President of ICF, sharing their charge to the graduates. Karibu.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Is it afternoon yet? I think I'm looking forward to the lunch. Yeah. So I will give you a very short story of our journey as Women on Boards Network. And so in 2013, 4 friends sat together over a cup of coffee and deliberated and discussed about a gap that they had seen in terms of women leadership at the top, especially of the listed companies. And so at that time, there were 4 or 5 women who got the privilege of being appointed in listed companies. And actually, for those of us who are in the capital markets, we used to call them the ladies with the golden skirts. And so when we would speak to the chairpersons of listed companies and ask them, so why don't you have ladies as directors in listed companies and other corporations, of course, they would always say, we don't know where to get them. We don't know where the women are. And so we decided to create an organization that would take care of that gap. And so was born in 2014, the Women on Boards Network. That's really a body that brings together women and empowers them and elevates their leadership so that we no longer can have anybody saying, we don't know where to get the women. And so today I stand here to testify of the good things that have happened to the Women on Boards Network, one of which is that we are now beyond 1,000 members, dedicated members, very active, and the founder of CDI is a member of that organization. Not only do we have the 1,000, but we broke the 1,000 into what we call coteries, smaller groups that are doing several impactful things, including community service, visiting schools, mentoring young ones, visiting prisons, visiting hospitals, whatever works for the coterie, they do it. We also have trained more than 700 people or women on leadership. And those, several of them have been appointed to board leadership positions, and they are really impacting and elevating leadership in this nation. I am sure if I did a survey today of the chairpersons of big companies and asked them, do you still doubt or do you still don't know where to get women? The answer will be different. And so on behalf of Women on Boards Network, I want to say a very big congratulations to the graduates today. I am a certified coach myself, and really being a coach has helped me. It has helped grow the people where I work in to resolve issues better, but importantly, I got coaching to help me make a very fundamental decision that I had to make in 2016. And so I was toying around moving my profession, and even though I was a certified coach, they say doctors cannot treat themselves, I needed somebody to help me make that decision. And so I got a coach, and the coach, I remember one day, took me to the Nairobi club and asked me, Rose, I want you to look around. So it was a clear field, and told me, I want you to look around. I think coaches, you know what that means. And so I looked around, and I looked around, and she gave me a good 5 minutes to look around. And after looking around, she asked me, what did you see? I said, I majorly saw buildings. And then she asked me, what do you think is going on in those buildings? I said, lots of things. Decisions are being made, challenges are being resolved, people are talking, there's hiring perhaps going on. And then finally she asked me, do you think that you could move from the building where you are in and go to any other building that you have seen? That helped me make a fundamental change in my life and in my career. And I am happy that I took that executive coaching to really bring this little speech to talk about what we are here to do today. Women on Boards Network is very excited to partner with CDI. Eileen, you know that we have been supporting one another in this journey to more grow, elevate, transform leadership in this nation and beyond. I'm excited to hear and to see representation from our neighboring countries, and the field is big. For us, as Women on Boards, we have gone as far as supporting creation of Women on Boards networks in countries like Sierra Leone and several others in West Africa, so the field is big for us to support that transformational leadership. And so we will be working very closely with CDI to establish a coaching center. And we are very excited to do that partnership and to grow it, to bring in our skill, to bring in our leadership, our members, to ensure that our leaders are elevated, are transformed, are grown, and nobody should ever say that there is a gap in leadership in Kenya. Once again, dear graduates, congratulations. The field is big. Welcome to the field, and welcome to make transformation in the leadership journey of this nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially the graduates, looking very bright, good morning. In the interest of time, allow me to say all protocols observed, but specifically recognize my president, ICF president, who is seated close to me, Susan. And allow me also, before I make a few remarks, ask a particular group of people If you are here and your father or mother or guardian is in the room, please stand up. If you are here, please stand up. I know there are few. Please stand up. Let's appreciate these guys. They've accompanied. Now the guardians, please also stand up. The guardians to these people, please stand up as well. Let's appreciate them. You may take your seats. Now I'll tell you why I did that. I speak on behalf of the faculty and the work we do, especially within organizations. As a parent, as a guardian, you can guess how Eileen was feeling when Alex was speaking here. I got a taste of it when Elijah was speaking here. As a parent, I want us to reflect on the wise words that are attributed to the Greek philosopher Socrates, that to know thyself is the beginning of wisdom. And he also went further to say that to move the world, we must move ourselves. Now, to create a level of awareness within organization, or even in the small organization called homes and families, requires great skills and strength, which is what coaching is about. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the ones graduating, I can speak with extreme confidence and without fear of contradicting myself that as faculty we've given you the skills, we've given you the competencies to go transform your organizations, to go transform your homes, to go transform economies. That you have the technical capability. You have the skill to do that. But in following what Alex did here, let me also tell you a short story. When I became the CEO at Family Bank, after a long journey, many years, I worked in the corporate world for close to 30 years. And today is so emotional for me because I've seen quite a number of people that I worked with in the first organization. I met Alan Dodd today after very many years. We worked with Alan in Standard Chartered Bank very many years ago. I saw a few people from now ABSA, it was then Barclays, including Paul Kasimu here, who we worked with in Barclays, and obviously quite a number from my last institution, which was Family Bank. And when I became CEO, after very many years of trying to work to that level, I had a young man in my office, I think 2 weeks after I took over. And like I used to ask young people, what do you want to do with your career? Where do you want to go? And he answered me his dreams and aspirations. Then he asked me a very powerful question. Boss, now that you've become CEO and that is what all of us want to be, what do you want to become? What do you want to do next? It's just 2 weeks after I took over. What do you want to do after that? And I told him I'll answer that question on condition that you also answer the same question with seriousness. What do you want to do with yourself in the next 5, 10, 15 years? He gave me his answer of how he wants to grow in his career. And today I'm very happy he's one of the senior bankers in town. He's grown obviously beyond that position. But I realized I wanted to work across and make more impact across the continent, especially within the leadership space. So after I'd done a few years in that job, and starting to ask myself the question, like many of you here, you look for one lady in this town and you have a cup of tea with her. So I looked for Eileen. And we sat somewhere in Fairview, and I gave her a few things that I was thinking of doing, and I asked her one question. Do you think I've gone out of my mind? Have I lost it? Because I want to leave this job at some point and move on to something else. And after a few, of course Eileen will not give you a direct answer, but we went through a couple of questions, and I left the meeting convinced I had not lost my mind. So I went home and had the same conversation with my son. And I asked him the same question, and he told me, Dad, finally you've lost it. If you want to leave a CEO's job to do this thing which you are not describing, I'm not understanding, you've lost it. I want to confirm to us leaders here that coaching works and coaching has results. Now within organizations in particular, as the people shared here from the different organizations, you hear testimonies of what transformation people are doing. I'm very happy to see the organizations that we've been working with bearing the testimonies that we are seeing here. One of the things we do at CDI faithfully is to analyze your financial results. Any organizations we work with, we look at your financial results. How are these organizations performing? So whenever we see those testimonies that this organization has grown profitability by 60%, 70%, doubled, tripled, then we know that we are making an impact. So listening to people like Elijah here speaking, people like Doreen here speaking, that gives us a lot of encouragement. Now my last point that I want to make for leaders within the room who are leading organizations, not just here in Kenya but across the continent, there is a lot of need for us to make people know themselves and know the potential that is resident in them and elevate themselves and elevate their organizations to the next level. Africa is not going to be transformed by that potential being sat on. It needs to be illuminated, it needs to be called out, it needs to be supported, and that is where coaching comes in. The days when we told people what to do have long been overtaken by events. We have to empower people to know themselves and to make informed decisions. So if by any chance you are seated in a room, in this room, you are a leader somewhere, you've not trained as a coach, you've not thought about coaching, my call to action today is please take the right step and elevate your coaching and join us and let's work together. So on behalf of the CDI faculty team, on behalf of the board, the management, is to really thank those of you from the organizations for your partnership and call upon those who have not partnered to join us so that we can walk this journey together. And so that I don't have Sarah standing next to me, I want to stop there and have this honor of inviting my president to come and make a few remarks. Let's welcome the ICF president.
A few minutes to afternoon, and I still say good morning to each and every one of you. Distinguished guests, the leadership of CDI, CDI associates and alums, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I stand here with great humility and on behalf of the ICF Kenya chapter community. And I'd just like to give a brief on who ICF are, who we are. So International Coaching Federation is the largest global body. And for the coaches in the room, I would like you to contextualize this. It's the largest community of professional coaches, currently in about 160 countries, with a number of about 60 accredited coaches, not certified, but accredited. Now, with the numbers and the population growing, I would want you to contextualize who you are and who you can be, okay? So this is the Kenya chapter. I am here on behalf of the Kenya chapter. The Kenya chapter, currently we are at a number of about 200 members, That does not mean those are the number of certified coaches in the country. There are many who come into the body, the community, for short stints and then, get off the chapter. But we are a large number. Currently, the community has about 160, about 200. So ICW is International Coaching Week. You have had one or two people mention it, and I would just like to unpack what that is and why the importance of ICW. So in the International Coaching Week is a global event. It's celebrated globally. Here in Kenya, we may want to extend it a bit longer. However, the International Coaching Week is when we showcase and demonstrate the power of professional coaching, not just coaching, but professional coaching. Okay? What does that look like? Many of the services and the events and activities that we have within this period are pro bono. So the theme this year is Innovate, Elevate, Celebrate. So for you as a coach, how do you think we can innovate coaching? During one of our activities this week, we actually had a demo of two coaches, Kenyan coaches, or coaches serving in Kenya, who use equine coaching. Equine coaching, for those who may not know, is using horses to coach. Think about that. They don't only coach leaders or individuals, they coach organizations. And that is happening here in Kenya. So how far can you take your innovation and creativity? Okay? Then part of the theme is about elevate. Okay? Somebody on this podium earlier spoke about elevating. Okay? You are professionals. You are coming from one of the top institutions within the region, perhaps benchmarking globally. Okay? So what are you going to do about it? As a certified coach, what are you going to do about it? What will happen to that certificate? What will happen to you? The transformation starts from within. How are you going to stand tall and identify as a coach? Okay? Then lastly, celebrate. And I'll not belabor more on this because it had been earlier spoken about. We are here to celebrate. And in celebrating is showcasing what you're doing. So in the International Kenya chapter, our theme this year is creating visibility and awareness. And the best way that we have thought of doing this is being very publicly visible in many events. I met somebody much earlier here and said, it must be a very tiring week because you are here, there, everywhere. Not just myself, the rest of the board and the rest of the community. Why? We are passionate and compelled and truly believe in what coaching does. Okay? And I would like us to look at coaching not as a transaction, as a transactional business. It's a personal business. Coaching starts from you. If it does not change you, you cannot sell what you do not have. You cannot showcase and ooze the passion of what you believe of coaching. I am a product of coaching. And when the fire started within me, it's when I went through coaching myself. And I'm so glad to have listened to Pastor earlier on because it's really aligned so much to the values of what CDI offers. You almost feel like it is, a discipleship service that you give. Coaching goes out. The impact is to the person who you give it out to. Okay? And it changes them from within, and the fire ignites. And they move on and go and tell others. We've heard of so many people, and I'm so impressed to hear people saying about this home presence, power of what coaching does. Your children can actually testify, mine included. Okay? And so you cannot be able to do what it speaks of, the core competencies effectively, if it does not start with your own transformation as an individual. There has got to be that dynamic shift that people who know you and see you after the coaching journey, not after the certification, but that whole transformation, see that there is a difference about you. Your level of empathy, your level of listening, your level of respect that the other person is knowledgeable, resourceful, competent enough to come up with their own solutions. Okay. So for the coaches here, I would like to go through a very simple thing. You've done the hard work. Mine here, after a lot of reflection, is just to unpack what does the word coaching mean to you. Allow me to engage you more on this. So one is the C. You must be courageous. Okay? And this is against the backdrop of who I am. I am self-employed, and therefore I'm an external coach. My coaching business has grown purely out of referral, one-on-one. I'm in the space of leadership coaching, but it has grown out of referral. So you can imagine how difficult that is. The platforms that are offered within the organizations that you're in, how well have you utilized them to ensure that this tool that you have today, even if, God forbid, you do not have that job, you'll be able to earn something from it. Okay? So let's contextualize my message. What is coaching? C, you must have courage. Okay? And why? Because you have been with the best of the best. Okay? So there is no doubt that you're a professional coach. Okay? You must be courageous to speak about it, to story tell what it has done for you and what it can do for others. You must have that level of curiosity and interest in connecting with others. Or, in my opinion, stands for outward looking. Look at every individual and see how best they can be. Think of the best for them. Sometimes you may be persuaded to think, now, why would I give away that opportunity? I too can do it. But if you are within a coaching realm or coaching mindset, you see that value and that benefit more for the individual, that particular individual, than for yourself. Okay? So A, always be coaching, or more so, be authentic. Be authentic. Be unapologetically you. Okay? With all the ups and downs, the flaws, no one is perfect. Stand up tall and be who you are. Okay? Then we have C, be a collaborator. And I'm here to talk more about you and joining yourselves to ICF. You cannot walk this journey alone. ICF has been, CDI has been an excellent home for you. We are here to adopt you. We are here to embrace you. This is not our space alone. We co-create this space. The more we are, the more we stand taller. Maybe as I talk about collaboration, as I mentioned about the numbers of the countries where ICF is currently present, 166, within the Kenyan continent, the largest countries are Egypt, South Africa, followed by Kenya. Followed by Kenya. This is a global certification. What is holding you back? What will hold you back? Okay? So, let's carry on. So what C? So H for me is high standards. In the wake of everyone calling themselves a coach, I'm a coach, I'm an MC, I'm a public speaker, I'm a motivator. How resourceful are you to be able to spring up and be able to make that distinction? With due respect, make that distinction. No, a mentor is this. This is what a coach is. Leveraging on the power of professional coaching. You've got all of what it takes, and so yours is to showcase the high standards, okay? So I, for me, is be innovative. Be innovative. I've just mentioned one of the events that we had this week is horse coaching. The people within horse coaching, and typically not from the Kenyan society, these are more so, let's call expatriates, but they're talking of even having cow coaching, that they know it is working. We only know a cow for meat and milk. And these things are happening there. People are using them. What excuse will we have when we are taken over if we don't occupy this space? And you can see that this is a global certification, okay? N is for nurturer. You must seek the best for people. You must want to nurture not just your own, but anywhere that you can see linkages for opportunity for that individual. Choose to nurture them. And I must say, maybe, within the context of organization, if you have been a leader, if you have mentored and seen people move, have the interest at heart, even if they've been the highest performer and left your organization, to follow through because you were their coach, okay? So seek to mentor and seek to be able to stand in the gap of being a nurturer. Be happy when you see people grow and improve. Last but not least, be a go-getter. okay? Be a go-getter or be goal-oriented. This is not the end with the certification. This is just the beginning. But what you make out of it when you get out there is totally upon you, okay? We don't want you to walk alone, so I'm here to conduct some conversion from CDI to ICF Kenya chapter. We are an infant community. We are still in the growth phase. Come and make a mark to your society. Come and volunteer like many of us are doing. Be intentional, be deliberate, and count for the good of society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. We are pro the adoption. We really are. Joining the ICF community will empower you as a coach, and so by all means, we do recommend joining the ICF Kenya chapter. So to keep it brief, I'd like us to transition to the keynote speech. We've been waiting for this particular segment, the main charge to the graduates, if I may refer to it as that. But inviting the keynote speaker will be our founder and president. She wears many hats and she has many accolades. They call her MCC, others call her Mama Coaching. I'd just like us to actually just stand as we applaud Aileen as she comes to the stage. The impact we've been able to see here today, the impact we've been able to see across Africa, she has significantly contributed to it, and I really am pro giving flowers when we still can. And so Aileen, karibu sana. You may go ahead.
I'm under pressure. Well, thank you, Susan, for that new acronym for coaching. I love it. So the keynote speaker, Mr. Paul Casimo, our spiritual director of this auspicious ceremony, Bishop Gibson Aduvate. I realize we've been calling you pastor, but I want now to be official and say Gibson, Bishop Gibson Aduvate, Susan Geshara from ICF Kenya chapter, all our invited guests and partners in leadership coaching and development. I think you've all been here speaking to us, but I want to make a special mention for those who came all the way from Uganda to be with us this morning. Really appreciate your presence this morning. All the graduates, without you, we wouldn't be here. There was no ceremony without you. So we're here because of you. And the faculty of CDI-Africa, you guys are just amazing. You go over and beyond. You give your all to this process. And I can never get words enough to just speak to what your contribution means to my heart. The magical CDI-Africa team, I call them magical. No, just them to stand. The CDI-Africa team, are you in the room, or I can see some of them could be in another room. Thank you so much, led by Maurice Matumo, for putting this event together for us. I walked in and I felt like I wanted to graduate, but unfortunately I've not been learning this year, so I'm not going to be graduating. And the broader CDI family, I would like to make a special mention of my husband who is in the room. Evans, please stand out. Stand up for us to appreciate you. That's the husband to the master coach. And I want to say he's also a certified coach. And when I say CDI-Africa family, it's beyond that. Samantha Matumo, you're part of the family. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being that, supporting us from the background. Also recognizing that you got your ACC yesterday. So let's give her a clap as well. She's the latest ACC in the room. And of course, the boys. I say I can't talk about finding and founder of CDI without the boys, and you met one of them this morning, who met me 22 years ago. And we have an elder one, I know that he's in the room today. He could be busy. Somebody has many things he's doing. Patrick, and Ed, particularly our last born, sent his greetings this morning. We call him our coaching calendar because it's one I was expecting that I founded CDI-Africa Coaching Group. And so I count the age and the growth of CDI by this young man. He's grown up to be an amazing, strong man. And every time I look at him, I see how CDI-Africa has so grown and become independent in its own nature. Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed, good afternoon. I was seated here and reflecting on this 10th graduation. And when you say you've had 10 graduation, it may look like it's just like any other, but every graduation is very unique. The last time we had a physical graduation was in 2019, before COVID. But that did not stop us from doing the work we do. So we're happy to reconnect again physically and receive all those wonderful hugs and lovely heartbeats that I can feel on the stage. Especially also because every graduation is a new wave of change. When I look at all of you graduating today, you are starting a whole new wave of change. And you're graduating together, but each one of you is actually starting their own wave of change. We all want to change the world. At least most people want to change the world for better. And I think until 2 years ago, when we spoke about changing the world, for me it was a very big task because the world is huge. But I got a very great revelation that each one of us do have a world connected with us. And so we will not judge you for not changing the world that was not connected to you. But woe unto you if the world that was connected to you remains unchanged. So as we call you on stage today to come and receive your certificate, receive your powers to coach, and do all that pertains to your respective diplomas, I want you to have a mindset of walking on stage to be flagged off. Walk on stage to be flagged off, to start your wave of change to your world. And though you all graduate today, always remember there's no coach like you. You are you. And to Susan Geshara's words, be unapologetically authentic. Be you. Don't try to be anybody else because every other coach is actually taken. So I was invited on stage to be able to invite the speaker. So let me do that. I've known Paul Casimo for about 10 years, and we first met in a coaching forum, and our friendship started off at that point. And before I tell you many things, let me just go to the script and the profile, which, as I look through, I do not feel like it fully represents who Paul is. But for protocol's sake, I'm going to just read it through and say, Paul Casimo is an impassioned and self-driven HR professional and a certified executive coach with extensive experience across Africa and the United Kingdom. His diverse career spans the public sector as well as the financial, airline, FMCG, and telco/fintech industries. And currently, he is with Safaricom, where he has been instrumental in championing the culture journey towards becoming a digital services provider. Previously, he led the HR functions at Diageo East Africa, then East African Breweries, Kenya Airways, Barclays, Bank of Kenya, Botswana, and the United Kingdom. Paul's purpose is to inspire possibilities in others. As part of his leadership vision, he conceptualized a program to transform line managers into exceptional people managers. He is a member of the USIU Africa University Council and the board of the AMREF Health in Kenya, serving on the talent, staff, and audit committees, respectively. He also recently served as the chairman of the Institute of HR Management in Kenya. During his tenure as chair of the Institute, the HR Practitioners Act was enacted through proactive partnership with various stakeholders. Paul was the first HR practitioner to be voted Manager of the Year Award at the Company of the Year Award ceremony, then called COYA in Kenya. Between 2012 and 2017, under his leadership, EABL garnered numerous internal and external employees awards, including the inaugural Deloitte Best Company of the Year to work, Best Company to Work For, as well as other industry accolades in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. He is a fellow of the Institute of HR Management in Kenya. And as I said, it is very difficult to actually capture Paul on paper. You've got to experience him. And today you do have that rare opportunity to actually be able to experience Paul firsthand. But he's also a friend to me, a partner in leadership and coaching, a thought leader, a true global business leader, very people-centered, mentor and role model to so many. I think if you ask HR people, professionals, who they want to become, you'll hear a lot of I want to be like Paul Kasimo. So that's who Paul is. And at a personal level, I've had a chance to have interactions with him. He is a very gentle and with amazing humility and wisdom. And he does that with so much ease and grace. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's stand and put our hands together as we welcome Paul Kasimo on stage.
Ketini. Anybody who misses Nyayo, you know those days, yeah, Ketini. With that kind of introduction, that's being set up to fail. Because normally they say customer service is there's a quotient around expectations and delivery. So woe unto me if you don't see the person that was described so eloquently by Eileen. Isn't she gracious? We are here because of her. Please let's just acknowledge and celebrate you. As I was reflecting, because when Eileen called me, I asked, how? Why me? The first thing I said to myself is, let me just reflect on my journey, and especially with what you're calling here around elevating human greatness. And I actually went back to my very first line manager. And an incident happened, because I was in a management trainee program, and I was actually part of the management consultants in government. Would you believe it? And my then undersecretary told me, and we were 11 of us, but he put me in his section. And he told me, Paul, I want you to draft a letter for me to sign to this PS, permanent secretary. And we were in one big room. So I went, I chatted with my guys, and then the PA came in, the secretary, and said, Paul, he's waiting for that letter. And I remember I wrote 2 sentences. And I went to him, and there was a file, and I gave him the draft for him to edit, and then it would be typed. And he tore it up. And he stood up, which I knew this is not business as usual. And he told me, Paul, I give you 30 minutes. And he swore. He said, in 30 minutes, if you don't give me a draft that I can edit, consider yourself sacked. I come from Ukambani. It rains rarely, apart from this time now. The only thing we sell is honey, mangoes, and a few other things. So I breathed. And I said, okay, fine. I actually wasn't ready to go home. And he said, don't go back to that office. Go. There was another office next to him. And he said, sit next there. And 30 minutes, clock is ticking. Long story short, in 20 minutes, I had a draft. And I went to him, and he held it like this. And he told me, sit down. And he never spoke to me, so he edited. He called the secretary and told her, type this letter. And then he said, lock the door, close the door behind you. And he asked me the question, what's the difference between what you gave me the first time and what you gave me the second time? And I didn't know where that was going. Number two, what changed in Paul between those two outcomes? Number three, where do you want to go? What do you want to be? And why do you want to condemn yourself to a life that you're not worth? Between the first and the second drafts, I had hated him. And I was like, why can't thunder come in and just strike his left foot? But that changed my life thereafter. 2 years later, he was my referee when I went to lead the management development program for Barclays. To this day, I talk to him, and he reminds me, I taught you how to read and write. Talk of humility. Again, as I was reflecting, and Eileen and I spoke, the testimonies I had since you started speaking, my goodness, you don't need a keynote speech. You got it. It's like preaching to the choir, actually not. Preaching to the bishops. And you notice I wrote on protocols, because I was like, we surely must have lunch at 1, because then people will say, who are those guys who kept time? So it's a challenge for us also, because that's how you build your brand. But I listened, and I was like, one of the things I say is, every leader I know has a toolbox. And my challenge to you is, what is in your toolbox? Obviously, coaching is one of those. The how-to. But there's another one. How do you make sense of all that has been said since we came this morning? How can you humanly do so? And if I can, and it's not a coaching moment, I'll do a little bit of just a sharing moment, is the piece of how you make sense of all this. And I do it in 4 ways. Eileen spoke about it briefly. The first thing is reflection. And we rarely stop to reflect. We just are in a rut and running. And once you reflect, I think for me the other bigger piece, which we possibly don't, and I did because I was taking notes, is patterns. And when you make sense of, as all of us have been speaking, reflect, then look for patterns. And sometimes there is no pattern, but there is a pattern. Because we're talking of, the theme was elevate. So what is the pattern that has come from all that? The next two are what I call the real defining moment. And I was making a speech at a university. I was running something yesterday. And somebody was asking me, how do you make a shift? Yes, I think we've all spoken of making shifts. Your narrative. Because we are all here, 100 plus of us. So you've reflected, you've looked for the pattern, but what is your narrative? And I will have a few moments here to share with you, but what's your narrative? Because then it becomes your story. And there's nobody who can tell your story better than you, because you've experienced it. You are the story. And then obviously the clincher is, how do you disrupt yourself? So I wanted you to just reflect on those bits of reflect, look for the pattern, develop your narrative, and disrupt yourself. And disrupt is what will you start, what will you stop. Now, when I was looking at what I would share with you, first is just a bit of statistics. And ICF, well done, I think what there is. The International Coaching Federation reported that between 2015 and 2019, leaders and managers had increased the use of coaching by 46%. That's almost 50%. 50%. I normally say this, before you go to the what, context is everything, and the why is as important, if not more important, than the what. Sometimes we go into the what without pausing for a moment. Now, the ICF again says measurable outcomes of coaching, just in case there's somebody who has doubt. Individual performance out of a control group rose by 70%. Team performance by 50%. Organizational performance by 48%. So it's where you win battles one by one at a personal, at a team, at a corporate level. And I say this because I've now going almost 15 years certified executive coach. I've worked with 14 CEOs, and I have seen the difference it makes to have somebody you can call a coach. Now, if you look at the increased demand to build coaching internally in organizations, and the Gen Z and Alpha coming in, my goodness, Zomo, the fish. Now I'll be looking at fish differently. I'll be asking where is the head. But Alex, you brought tears to my eyes. Forget about the bottom-up approach, because your mom shook at that moment. It's like, my goodness, this boy. But when you look at this, then you see the hope. The future is in safe hands. I know we had many testimonies, but I thought those two, and Alex, particularly in terms of just the ease in which you're speaking, just says, well done, because he's also standing on the shoulders of some of you. There is a coach here. Show me a giant, and I'll say they're stepping on other giants, if not more. But the bit about the default role of leaders, this is what I said. And when I went to Safaricom, I said, and I know CDI, we had partnered at the time, I said, the default role of a line manager must be a coach, surely. The default position. In fact, if I had a way, I would say, this is not a manager, this is a coach. And then you can tear it up one by one. And you can make it a craft. And why not? And everybody has said, you can use it even at family level. Now, what is the big idea for coaching? And this is where I wanted to share with you the 14 CEOs I've worked with, the numerous ex-course. I've been in organizations where I've been there when we are recruiting management trainees, but also the C-suite. And when you look at that now, as you go up the corporate ladder, you become lonelier. Fact. Expectations are that you got it together. False. People come to you. True. You have very few people to go to. Am I speaking to somebody? To share your inner thoughts, to be vulnerable, your fears, very guarded. And then we all have this noise in our head. Real committees in your head that are telling you so many things. You know where you want to dim the committee of noisemakers in your head? And I normally say coaching helps you become the chair of that committee. Absolutely. As they make noise, you are like, okay, fine, let's time out. And then you use the what, the where, the how. I find those two first, the how and the how is the, allow me to do this, and it's not politically correct, but one of the acronyms somebody taught me was coaching, questioning is one husband, 4 wives. But the first why is what. So how and what, if you notice, will be the biggest of those. Where, when, of course, you never use why. If you do, then we need to see your coach for a moment behind the tent. But the point I'm trying to make here is that noise, that committee, is where you need a coach. As I said, 14 CEOs, each one of them has had a coach or is having a coach at the moment. Coaching is not weakness, it's strength. And I tell people, if you get somebody who can do it, then you'll start seeing even the corners that you don't even see. For those of you who are graduating, the next phase of the journey is obviously set for you. You have been told to do all what appertains. Morris says coaching works. I'll say not all instances. That people come to me with coaching and I say, this is not a coaching problem. This is a line manager owning up and having the courage that Susan was sharing with us. But as a tool and as a craft is to say, how do you then make the best out of that? Apply the leadership shifts to both business challenge and individual development, because that's what businesses are looking for. And I like the testimonies from all the people who spoke here. Now, if you look at collaboration in teams, that's a coaching situation. I've had at the moment, I have 2 CEOs who have transitioned, who are setting up. And they're like, Paul, I need a coaching moment. Or I need coaching here, because it has to be situational. So again, teams that don't even deliver. Now, if you look at all that we are saying, and somebody said it, coaching builds self-mastery. I think it was you, David. Self-awareness is the first step for self-conquest. That's what coaches are. Allow me to do 3 things and then I'll conclude. One is a challenge of some of the trends I'm seeing. And the first one is what they are calling connected coaching. A new wave of evolution of coaching according to Korn Ferry. Human interaction between the coach and the client is central, but there's also the interaction with technology and AI. That's a challenge I will ask CDI to say, yes, but we must be ahead of the game. And sometimes what worked yesterday may be fantastic, but also how do we bring that connected coaching? Now, the right solution for the individual will remain personalized, but those on a similar path can learn from that connected bit. And I like the bit of building communities. The cohorts who are here, don't walk alone. I think that's a bigger problem that I see, that people want to remain alone. No, a coach needs also a coach. And then the bit about the human connection in core of, as a core for coaching. And we've just introduced agile coaching. Within what you're doing, you can again do 2 things. Agile coaching, just introduce agile coaching in Safaricom, and what they call now the team coaching. I think you know all that. But for me, is also to say, how do you differentiate yourself? Because there are coaches and coaches, truth be told. And the certification is one. What you do with it is another. And I've had cases where I meet people and I say, actually, you should refund money and the time to the people you have been masquerading as coaches. I'm sorry to say this, but the before and after should be seen of a coach. It is not the paper that you should. It's what Eileen has done. MCC. You know, you should put that as a comma after that. But in a dynamic realm of business leadership, this is Joe. There's a gentleman who was coaching the Prime Minister for Canada, and he said, in the dynamic realm of business leadership, executive coaching has proven to be a transformative force. I'm just validating what you've all been saying. It is no longer a mere luxury or a remedial measure. That's the point I was making. It's not when things are not working, no, come and coach this person. No, it is something transformative. It's a strategic necessity for companies aiming to cultivate a culture of excellence and adaptability. That, if somebody is in doubt, you don't even have to go buying the tent. It is here and now. It is written on the wall. I've talked about AI in coaching. It helps in precision, efficiency, and impact of coaching. If you look at more communities of coaching, I think the learning is there. But learning has also changed. Learning is atomic, small bits. So don't file this certificate you're about to get and say, I'm a coach. It is continuous, but it's also collaborative. That is the essence of what, yes, somebody said, I unlearned, I relearned. The gentleman from the CFO from Uganda, Postbank. So that for me is a bit. And my belief is the next generation of leaders will be astute coaches. In fact, if you don't have coaching in your toolbox as a leader, with the new generation, you'll be irrelevant. The world will move and you will never know where it is headed because you will not be ready for it. And when leadership abilities are honed, the outcomes are multifaceted. Decision-making becomes easier, organizations become more sustainable. You end up with people who look forward to being there. That is the power of coaching. Let me give you my final bit, and I will call it the count of 5. Eve, I know you spoke about the 7, perfect. And by the way, did I say I know I'm related to so many people here that I feel like if I have disappointed you in advance, my apologies. But let me give you the count of 5. And first, and I think Bishop, you spoke to this earlier on, is a piece about purpose. But Mahatma Gandhi said, the greatest legacy is to enable others to be the best they can be. That's coaching, surely. What else can it be if not coaching? And I will ask you the question, on whose shoulders have you stood on? Even better, who will stand on yours? Mahatma Gandhi is number 1. Number 2, when I look at coaching, it reminds me of the 2 seas in Middle East, the Red Sea and the Dead Sea. The Red Sea receives water and gives. So it gets and gives. The Dead Sea gets and keeps. What are you? Red Sea or Dead Sea? If you are a coach, you are the Red Sea. If you can't give, you can't. In fact, it's through giving that you get. That's my number 2. Number 3 is around what Jim Collins said, level 5 leadership. Again, it was insinuated there and people spoke to it. They say, as you lead yourself, you lead teams, you lead leaders, you lead enterprise, you lead global. The 2 distinguishing competencies or traits of level 5 leaders is self-belief, that grit, that self-belief, and humility. Finding the perfect spot between self-belief, where you are driven, and being humble enough to be. The epitome of humility was Saint Mother Teresa. Very humble. People thought she was Indian. She wasn't. I'll not talk about like a former president of a superpower country. If it was it Trump or whatever? Is that self-belief? Yes. Humility. The late Mandela was once said to have found the balance between self-belief and humility. Where are you playing as a coach? The bit about my last 2 bits at organizational level, I think we've talked about culture. I breathe culture. But culture, you make it clear, you make it real, you make it stick. The only way to make culture stick is 4 things. You have to get the common language, which is why you need to train more than just one person. So when you get common language, then people are speaking the same. If I started speaking in Greek, I'll be alone. If 20 of us were speaking Greek, we'll be conversing. So if you have organizations where you have trained one person and you say this is a coaching organization, I tell you no. One tree does not make a forest. If you want to do that, then the language has to be together. Number two is about rituals. And this is something that even you as a coach is asking, how do I build the routines? They say if you want to change any habit, start with micro steps and do one thing every day for 32 days. That habit will disappear. Psychologist, not Paul. But that micro step of changing yourself can be a big thing of saying rituals. If you say every moment is a coaching moment, make it count. I tried it and I said, I will make sure that my EXCO will be certified coaches, and they were. I would want to say, if you want to do that, then the rituals must also be in there. Number after language and rituals is about symbols. Look for something that reminds you of what is it, what is my journey? And it can be a journey of either a mountain. Every coach will be told, what's your symbol of coaching? My coaching model is PRD. And will you believe it is purpose? It's what Alex, so purpose from what the bishop said, is what Alex talked about, the reality, walking in your shoes. So the reality is, where are you? And disruption. And I have honed it over time, and I said, it's that piece of my symbol is a PRD. And we can talk about that another time. And the last piece about building a culture after language, after rituals, after symbols is stories. And I say, Africans never had books, but there were fireside chats where people would sit and tell stories. The more we tell the stories, the more it becomes believable. Mine was just to make you and provoke you on this. For the final bit, for the graduates, yes, you said you need to celebrate, so I need to get out of the way and allow you to go and celebrate. And celebration, you must. There was a challenge about don't go pro bono. Quiet in that committee that is telling you, but you don't have it. You know that you call the imposter syndrome? Just go on. I want to tell you that finally the story of Laura Shields. For those of you who went for coaching and you don't know why you want that coaching, for those of you who want to set up your own consultancies, or for those of you who want to believe in what you want to be, in the 60s there was a lady called Laura Shields. And one afternoon, Laura was in her house and she had one of our kids scream. She walked out and found the boys were playing and they had removed the handbrake and the car rolled on her most favorite grandson. Without thinking, Laura lifted that car and the boy walked off. Bruised, not hurt. A psychologist called Charles called Laura and said, Laura, I want to know how you lifted a car. She was 63. And she said, I don't want to talk about that incident. And he said, why? She said, I don't want to talk about it. And Charles left. 2 years later, he got her. And she was 65. And said, Laura, I want to know, how did you lift a car? And she says this, fundamental. I don't want to talk about that incident because every time I talk about it, I look at the things I've always wanted to do, which I've never done. Like what, Laura? She said, I've always wanted to be a lecturer. He said, what stops you from being a lecturer? He said, I'm 65, for heaven's sake, Charles. Where do I go from here? He said, what will you be in 4 years? She said, God willing, I'll be 69. Charles added, without a degree. Laura went to the university, ended up being a lecturer in the University of Georgia. And the moral of the story is, you just have to believe in yourself. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you so much. What a thought-provoking address. I'm definitely challenged, and I want to believe that our graduates have been challenged as well. Quite a number of things to think through there. And so, thank you, our keynote speaker, Mr. Paul Kasimu. Asante sana for taking your time and coming and sharing that address with us. So it is that moment that we've been waiting for, the conferment of our graduates. And so I would ask that we kindly take our stations, CDI team, if we could have what we need ready. If I would kindly invite our founder and president to the stage to be able to issue the certificates to the different graduates. And so Aileen Lasker, karibu sana to the stage. Mr. Keynote Speaker, if you would be so kind to help us with this initial cohorts in the issue of the certificates as well. Brenda Kamau, I'll need you promptly on the stage as we ready ourselves to confer the graduates cohort by cohort. And so CELC 11, those graduating from the Global Diploma Executive Leadership Coaching Program, kindly take your station. Aileen, kindly join me on stage with Mr. Kasimu so that we can issue the certificates to the graduates. And so I will prompt us to be quick. There are 43 of us. If we can be quick, I know we want the photo sessions. Photographer, if you could station yourself and be quick to take the snapshots once the certificates are issued. And so you can stand here. The graduates will come from this side. Yeah. All right, just proceed, come closer to the stage, CLC 11. All right, and so graduating from the Global Diploma Executive Leadership Coaching Program, CLC 11, Cohort 11, Jamila Mohammed, graduating in absentia, Judge of Appeal, the Judiciary of Kenya. Jafita Gwatipeta, also graduating in absentia, Chief Operating Officer, ZEP PTA Reinsurance Company. John W. Waimiri, round of applause for John, Executive Director, Family Group Foundation. Congratulations, John Waimiri. Mohammed Wanyoike, Group CEO, FCM Travel Solution. Congratulations, Mohammed. CPA Paul Ngaragari, Chief Audit Executive, Family Bank. Phyllis Wanjiko Kimani, Chief Retail Banking Officer, Family Bank. Where's the applause? Where's the celebration? I know we're just about to go for lunch, so let's make it worth it. Mr. Samson Wangi, Managing Director, Equity Afia Limited. Congratulations, CELC 11. Kindly take your oath-taking station. You may stand there. Within your booklet is an oath. I'd like you to just bring your attention to the oath. We will take it together as a cohort. So this is a graduate's professional commitment oath, particular to the Global Diploma Executive Leadership Program, CELC. And so I will prompt you by saying, ready, read, and we'll read together. And thereafter, Aileen Lasker will officially confer you as Certified Executive Leadership Coach. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Kasimu Asante. All right, and so let's read the oath together. Ready, read. Today, being the 17th day of May 2024, I graduate from CDI-Africa Coaching Group, having successfully completed my ICF accredited coach training program. I officially receive a professional designation as a certified executive leadership coach with full understanding of the responsibility and obligation that comes with this designation. I hereby commit and promise to always conduct myself in a manner that befits the coaching profession, conduct my coaching activities with honesty, integrity, and accountability, treat my clients with dignity, love, honor, and respect, handle all my clients' information with privacy and confidentiality, always be a dedicated role model representing the coaching profession in the most befitting manner, continue to develop myself and my coaching skills in order to remain relevant and best serve my clients, continue to contribute to the development and visibility of the coaching profession in every way possible, refer my clients to the other helping professionals whenever necessary, consult the ICF Code of Ethics and the Ethical Board whenever in doubt. So help me God. Again, congratulations, CLC Cohort 11. Aileen, you may join them for a photo-taking moment with the cohort, even as you officially confer them as CELCs.
Thank you, graduates, for taking the professional oath of coaching. And now, by the authority vested in me by the International Coaching Federation, as the Director of Training at CDI-Africa Coaching Group, and in my capacity as a founder and president of the CDI-Africa Coaching Group, I, Aileen Lasker, do hereby confer the designation of Certified Executive Leadership Coach upon all of you graduating today, having certified all the requirements of the Global Diploma in Executive Leadership Coaching Program delivered by CDI-Africa Coaching Group as per the global standards of accreditation by the International Coaching Federation. I hereby, therefore, give you the power and authority to coach and do all that pertains to this designation to transform generations and transform nations. Hearty congratulations to all of you, and my best wishes. God bless you.
Round of applause. CELC faculty, if you could kindly join the cohort for a photo, even as they close out. CEO, Bwana CEO, kindly join for this photo-taking session, tafadhali. Even as the WOBN cohort takes its station. Certified executive coaches, kindly take your station, and so that we may proceed to your conferment. Sorry, we need to take the photo so we commemorate this. Kindly bear with us. Right after this, we should be able to break off for our lunch break. Makofi to CELC 11. Congratulations. We applaud you, your commitment. We honor your investment. Congratulations, CELC Cohort 11. And now, graduating from the Global Executive Diploma Program, Global Executive Coaching Diploma Program, WOBN Cohort 1, Betty Maloba, Director, BMI Consultancy. My apologies, ICF President, you may join us on stage to issue this particular certificate, Karibu sana. So Betty Maloba, Director, BMI Consultancy. Thank you, ICF President, for joining us in issuing this certificate. Fantastic. Congratulations, Betty Maloba. Makofi kwa Betty. Calvin Nyachoti, Legal and Governance Consultant, Nyachoti and Partners Advocates. Congratulations, Calvin Nyachoti. Caroline Mudhoni Karanja, founder and CEO, Outreach Tours and Safaris Limited, graduating in absentia. Catherine N. Mturi Wairi, Management Consultant, Director on various boards. Congratulations. Dr. Skita Wangeshi Mbogwa, Executive Director, Women, Peace, Climate, Resilience, Justice Association, WOPCA. Congratulations, Dr. Skita. Jennifer Naserian Muindi, Corporate Banking Expert. Congratulations on this achievement, Jennifer. Joyce Katambi Mushena, Head Gender Mainstreaming Africa, MasterCard Foundation. Judith Oviambo, Group Head of Distribution, Liberty Health Holdings. Congratulations, Judith Oviambo. Jyoti I. Patel, Independent Director. Congratulations. Linda K. Kiraithe, Human Resource Professional. Congratulations again on this achievement. And last but not least, Marie Tubey, Manager, Finance and Corporate Services, College of Insurance. We celebrate all of you beautiful women and Calvin for crossing over and making this investment and graduating officially as executive coaches. And so in preparation of taking your oath, you may again look at your folder. You will find your oath that we will take together before you're conferred by our founder and president. I will ask that the co-founder of WBN stays ready to take the photo with the cohort. Are we ready? Oh, we still have a number. All right. Congratulations again to you all. Congratulations, Marie. And so again, in your folder, you will find your oath, your professional commitment oath as certified executive coaches. And so I will cue us by saying, ready, read, and we will follow. Just waiting on Marie. Fantastic. All right. Okay, ready, read. Today, being the 17th day of March, May 2024, I graduate from CDI-Africa Coaching Group, having successfully completed my ICF-accredited coach training program. I officially receive a professional designation as a certified executive coach with full understanding of the responsibility and obligation that comes with this designation. I hereby commit and promise to always conduct myself in a manner that befits the coaching profession, conduct my coaching activities with honesty, integrity, and accountability, treat my clients with dignity, love, honor, and respect, handle all my clients' information with privacy and confidentiality, always be a dedicated role model representing the coaching profession in the most befitting manner, continue to develop myself and my coaching skills in order to remain relevant and best serve my clients, continue to contribute to the development and visibility of the coaching profession in every way possible, refer my clients to other helping professions whenever necessary, consult the ICF Code of Ethics and the Ethical Board whenever in doubt. So help me God. Round of applause for the recently conferred Certified Executive Coaches, WBN Cohort 1. And now our founder will confer you.
Thank you all for taking the professional oath of coaching. And now, by the authority vested in me by the International Coaching Federation, ICF, as the Director of Training at CDI-Africa Coaching Group, and in my capacity as the founder and president of the group, I, Eileen Lasker, hereby confer the designation of certified executive coach upon all of you graduating today, having certified all the requirements of the Global Executive Coaching Diploma delivered by CDI-Africa Coaching Group as per the global standards of accreditation by the International Coaching Federation. I therefore hereby give you the power and the authority to coach and do all that appertain to this designation to transform generations and transform nations. Hearty congratulations and best wishes. God bless you.
Congratulations once again. Faculty, please avail yourself for the cohort photo, even as we ready ourselves to graduate CPC 19. CPC 19, you kindly take your station. CPC 19, cohort of Alan and Subuga Lule, kindly take your station in readiness even as the faculty concludes their photo on this end. Maurice, kindly avail yourself for the photo. You may come closer to the stage. Don't be shy to take photos of your family and friends. Feel free to come close and take the photos as you wish. No restrictions, really. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, WOBN Cohort 1. We celebrate you. We celebrate you. All right. And now, graduating from the Global Diploma in Professional Coaching Program, CPC Cohort 19. Madam Founder and President, if you could kindly take your station to allow our proceeding. Thank you, Aileen. Again, graduating from the Global Diploma in Professional Coaching Program, Cohort 19, CPC Cohort 19, Alan Subuga Lule, Master Principal SE, Oracle. Makofi kwa Alan. Benson Ochieng, Head of Sales and Marketing, Grain Industries Limited. Makofi for Benson Ochieng. Kindly proceed. Let's keep it moving. Buibo Adieri, Executive Director, Anglican Development Services, Kenya. Makofi for Buibo Adieri. Caroline Degwa, Certified Professional Coach. We congratulate you, Caroline. Congratulations. Coach Betty Mwaora, Lead Coach and Trainer, Royal Training and Consulting Limited. Congratulations, Betty. Dixon K. Murianki, Cargo Director and General Manager, Kenya Airways PLC. Congratulations, Dixon. Come on, we can keep the energy higher than that. It's only 20 minutes, actually 6 minutes past 1, so we can do better than that. All right, Wangoi Givinji, Finance Professional, Safaricom PLC. Congratulations, Wangoi. Glad to have you. Congratulations on your achievement. Grace Nzula, graduating in absentia, Lead Consultant at Tara Solutions. Irene Mureithi, Lead Coach and CEO, Personal Development Institute. Congratulations, Irene. Makofi kwa Irene Mureithi. Juliet W. Thairu, Senior Talent Management Executive, Dalberg Research. Makofi to Juliet W. Thairu. Mburu Kibathi, Certified professional coach. Congratulations, Mburu. Let's applaud Mburu for his achievement. Victoria Mutunga, assistant manager, property, Kenya Reinsurance Corporations Limited. And last but not least, founder, Agape and Rafa, Africa Services Limited, Winnie and Gisheru. Congratulations, Winnie, on your achievement. We congratulate you all, CPC 19, on your achievement. Again, just look into your folder, you will spot the oath, which we will take together as soon as Winnie has joined you. If I may cue Claire to be ready to take a photo with this cohort right after their conferment. Want to see you as well. Kindly be on standby to take the photo. I will cue you by saying ready, read, and we will read the oath together. Ready, read. Today, being the 17th day of May 2024, I graduate from CDI-Africa Coaching Group, having successfully completed my ICF accredited coach training program. I officially receive a professional designation as a certified professional coach with full understanding of the responsibility and obligation that comes with this designation. I hereby commit and promise to always conduct myself in a manner that befits the coaching profession, conduct my coaching activities with honesty, integrity, and accountability, treat my clients with dignity, love, honor, and respect, handle all my clients' information with privacy and confidentiality, always be a dedicated role model representing the coaching profession in the most befitting manner, continue to develop myself and my coaching skills in order to remain relevant and best serve my clients, continue to contribute to the development and visibility of the coaching profession in every way possible, refer my clients to other helping professionals whenever necessary, consult the ICF Code of Ethics and the Ethical Board whenever in doubt. So help me God. Makofi to cohort 19, CPC cohort 19. We celebrate you, and now our founder and president will confer you.
Thank you all for taking the professional oath of coaching. And now, by the authority vested in me by the International Coaching Federation, ICF, as the Director of Training at CDI-Africa Coaching Group, and in my capacity as the founder and president of the group, I, Eileen Lasker, do hereby confer the designation of Certified Professional Coach upon all of you graduating today, having certified all the requirements of the Global Diploma in Professional Coaching program, delivered by CDI-Africa Coaching Group as the global standards of accreditation that have been set by the International Coaching Federation. I therefore do hereby give you the power and authority to coach and to do all that appertain to this designation to transform generations and transform nations. Hearty congratulations and best wishes. May the Lord lead you all the way. God bless you.
Thank you. And so again, faculty, founder, CEO, may we join this cohort as they take their photo, even as CPC cohort 20 takes their station in readiness of conferment. Some love for CPC 20. Come on, let's celebrate them. Kindly take your station. A beautiful photo there. Congratulations, round of applause for CPC 19 as they walk out. So CPC 20, kindly come closer so that then we can come closer to the stage, kindly, as we wait for our founder to come back on stage. She's really earning her lunch. ICF President, if you would come and kindly still help us with this cohort. Thank you very much. All right, officially graduating from the Global Diploma Professional Coaching Program, CPC Cohort 20 is Catherine Ndunge Mbindio, Global Collaborative Design and Learning Director, DAI Policy Link. Graduating in absentia, Dr. Elizabeth Mugamb, Emergency Preparedness and Response Team Lead, World Health Organization, Uganda. Let's celebrate Elizabeth even in her absence. Eda Njoroge, businesswoman, instructor, and administrator, Barakil Enterprises. We celebrate you, Eda, on your achievement. Round of applause for Eda. Elizabeth Wayego, Senior Human Resource Advisor, KCB Group. We celebrate you, Elizabeth. Jessica L. Donovan, founder and CEO, Resilient Future Advisors. My coffee to Jessica. Come on, let's keep the energy up. Josephine Biu Kinyua, country team lead, the Palladium Group. We celebrate you, Josephine. Carrie Francis Ochang, Director, Total Reward, Prudential Africa Services Limited. My coffee to Carrie Francis Ochang. Lean Getahi, Executive and Leadership Coach, LG Coaching Consult. We celebrate you and getting to this point in the journey, Lean. Great to have you today. Nelly Wanjiko Njoroge, School Manager at Nairobi Upper Hill Junior Academy. We celebrate you, Nelly. Pauline Gangla, Head, Higher Education, MasterCard Foundation. Tamanda Alex Charles, Marketing and Communication Professional, CDI-Africa Coaching Group. So let's celebrate Alex. Congratulations, Alex, on officially becoming a certified coach. And last and definitely not least, Mr. William Kiplagat Kemei, Chief Principal at Lenana School. We celebrate you, Mr. Kemei. We congratulate you on this milestone. And that is the class, the cohort 20 CPC delegates. Again, bring your attention to the folder that has been handed to you. In it is an oath. I will cue you and we will read it together. Fantastic. And that's our last cohort for today. And we will be taking the oath together with them, their commitment oath as certified professional coaches. Are we ready? Okay, ready, read. Today, being the 17th day of May 2024, I graduate from CDI-Africa Coaching Group, having successfully completed my ICF accredited coach training program. I officially receive a professional designation as a certified professional coach with full understanding of the responsibility and obligation that comes with this designation. I hereby commit and promise to always conduct myself in a manner that befits the coaching profession, conduct my coaching activities with honesty, integrity, and accountability, treat my clients with dignity, love, honor, and respect, handle all my clients' information with privacy and confidentiality, always be a dedicated role model representing the coaching profession in the most befitting manner, continue to develop myself and my coaching skills in order to remain relevant and best serve my clients, continue to contribute to the development and visibility of the coaching profession in every way possible. Refer my clients to other helping professionals whenever necessary. Consult the ICF Code of Ethics and the Ethical Board whenever in doubt. So help me God. Come on, round of applause for CPC 20. Our last cohort for the day are graduating, and now our founder will confer them.
Madam MC, allow me to say this is a very special cohort to me. The fact that you learned with my own son makes you so special from this point onwards. I'd love to know how each one of you, not how each one of you move forward with your journeys and work with your young brother. So thank you for taking this professional oath of coaching. And now, by the authority vested in me by the International Coaching Federation as the Director of Training at CDI-Africa Coaching Group, and in my capacity as the founder and president of I, Eileen Lasker, do hereby confer the designation of Certified Professional Coach upon all of you graduating today, having certified all the requirements of the Global Diploma in Professional Coaching Program delivered by CDI-Africa Coaching Group as per the global standards of accreditation by the International Coaching Federation. I hereby therefore give you the power and the authority to coach and do all that pertain to this designation to transform generations and transform the nations. Hearty congratulations to all of you. My best wishes, and God bless you.
Congratulations. CPC faculty, kindly join cohort 20 in taking their photo. We celebrate you, CLC Cohort 11. We celebrate you, WOBN Cohort 1. We celebrate you, CPC Cohort 19. We celebrate you, CPC Cohort 20, your commitment, your investment. We're happy to have you join the coaching community. And so if I may ask Joyce Moshena to be on standby to give her vote of thanks, followed by Catherine Tole. Just be on standby. Joyce Moshena, Catherine Tole to give your vote of thanks. We have not officially closed this session. We are almost there yet, We're almost closing the session. I'd like to invite our CEO to handle this next segment. Again, we shared with you who our faculty members are. We do have a strong team of faculty members who help us in delivering this program, and we do want to take a few minutes to acknowledge them. Bwana CEO, Mr. Maurice Matumo, if you could kindly join us to acknowledge the faculty members and to appreciate them kindly. Joyce Moshena, as our CEO readies himself for that, may we kindly have the vote of thanks on behalf of the graduates? Yes. Karibu sana. So Joyce Moshena is head Gender Mainstreaming MasterCard Foundation. She'll be giving the vote of thanks on behalf of the graduates.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. A round of applause to the graduates. To the graduates. Thank you, thank you. What an honor, what a privilege. As you've heard, my name is Joyce Moshena. I work for the MasterCard Foundation alongside my very a good friend there and colleague, Pauline, who is also graduating. So very, very, very glad to be here. I have been asked to give a vote of thanks on behalf of all the people who have drunk from the cup of wisdom from the CDI graduating cohorts, which is the CELC, cohort 11, Women on Boards Network, cohort 1, which I was part of, and I was also very privileged to be sitting in that class with one of our founder members, Calvin Nyachoti, I see you. CPC cohort 19 and CPC cohort 20. So earlier on today, when I was just wondering what I should say about everything here, everyone has spoken so well. I reached out to a couple of people who are not in my cohort. I asked them, what are you most grateful for? Again, learning how to do powerful questions. And a few people said things that I would like to share with you. So first of all, before I do that, I would like to say on my own behalf and on behalf of all of us here who know that so many things had to go right for us to be here, we're so grateful to God. So very grateful to God for seeing us through. And I came across a scripture as Bishop was speaking. I was inspired. And allow me to read that out for you. That is Deuteronomy 2, verse number 7. And it says, the Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He has watched over your journey through this vast wilderness. These 40 years, and I will urge you to replace the 40 years with the amount of time you spent on your journey to becoming an executive coach or a professional coach. These 40 years, the Lord God has been with you. Has been with you, and you have lacked nothing. I think for me, the underlining word there is you have lacked nothing. What with such a powerful faculty at CDI? I mean, Dr. Thuku, when you asked us to wear our oxygen mask before we could help someone else wear their own, you took us on a journey of self-discovery, self-mastery, because as philosophers say, you cannot give what you don't have. So thank you. Thank you, members of faculty that attended to all the graduating team members this morning for being so generous, being so kind, but also being so patient. When some of us, and I admit, wanted quick solutions for clients. Like someone shows up and you're like, oh yeah, I know the condition you're suffering, I have a quick fix for it. So my own testimony here is that I have grown in a career that requires that you do emergency response, you do quick solutioning, you do quick saying what needs to be done. And sitting through the number of hours I trained as a coach and being able to turn that around and say, I think there's a different way of finding solutions here, and those solutions are centered on the people who need them the most. So I am very grateful on my own behalf and on behalf of the graduating team members for the faculty. The support team, you know, Benson, Brenda, Sarah, and everyone who came through for us. You know how many times we forgot which form needed to be filled, about what, and you were like, here it is, without complaining, without feeling impatient. To the partners of CDI who make this true, who make this wider and bigger than Eileen and her initial cabinet thought about. I know, Madam President, you will tell us to be courageous, but you know sometimes courage can fail, especially when you have in your hands somebody who so believes in you, but on the one hand, you're not too sure whether what you're doing is correct. And I recall many a times my colleagues would say in class, yeah, I do not want to feel like an imposter. I want to do the right thing. I actually don't want, in my own case said, I do not want to end up doing the wrong thing very well. Why? Because we have the passion, we have the commitment, and you did actually complete for us what we needed to go out there, chinned up, in confidence to say we can become more resilient and more deeply impacting change makers in our various fields. Whether you are working for an organization, whether you're running your own business, and whether you are doing whatever you are doing, I would like to say I heard from my colleagues, we've gained knowledge. I want to say what Benson said actually, that coaching works. And to exemplify that it works, he said, you know, I had two people. One of them has been promoted within the organization. The other one has actually transitioned from my organization to a greater role in a different organization. A round of applause to Coach Benson. I use Benson not because we don't have testimonies, but because we don't have time for everyone to give testimonies of what, within the short time of practicing our skills, we've been able to catalyze in the world. And so for my colleagues, I really want to say, in the spirit of elevating our human greatness, which is our theme, the journey, I think one of the philosophers said, the longest journey you will ever take is 18 inches. And it's the journey between your head and your heart. And that is, I think, Thich Nhat, who is a Vietnamese monk. And when you imagine how long it took for you to take the journey from your head to your heart to become what you have become, courage is not even a definer. And so my prayer for myself as a new coach and for all of us is that you will have God's favor to develop the container and the vehicle that you need to offer your extraordinary gifts, to offer your genius talents, and show your commitment to the world as a certified executive coach, as a certified executive leadership coach, or as a certified professional coach to accelerate the process of elevating human greatness, because that is so much needed in this world now more than ever before. Congratulations to all of us, congratulations to all of you, and a big thank you to CDI and everyone who made this possible. Thank you.
All right, we are at the tail end. I think Paul did challenge us about the issue of time. We know we're sort of, our time is far gone. So really, 2-3 very quick ones. And I stand here to sort of just really appreciate very, very quickly 2 special cohorts, and I'll run through these fairly quickly. So when I call on you, please come in the front so that we try and pace ourselves. And we want to start first by appreciating the people who truly bring the magic together at CDI Africa. And this is really our faculty, our support system, the people who actually enable us to do the amazing work that part of which has been showcased here today. So to get us started, I'm going to start off with a gentleman who's a good friend of mine and who was my former teacher, so I'm sure he already knows himself, who's really been a huge support system to us as a mentor coach for our global diploma coaching program, Mr. George Nuthu. Please, if you can be upstanding. Yeah. So this way, please. Yes, this way. Yeah, you come this way. No. Just this way. So, George, in appreciation for the fantastic work that you've done, part of which you've seen here, and I'm sure many are here to testify. We have a small appreciation certificate which I'd like to present to you. George, congratulations. Yeah, you can have a seat, please. Next, I believe it should be Catherine Tolle. Catherine Tolle, as you approach, she does support us as anchor faculty, particularly in our leadership masterclass coaching for high performance, and is our latest also global executive leadership coach. So Catherine, again, thank you. All right, next, my former college mate. She knows all my dirty secrets, but also is a wonderful facilitator who's been our anchor faculty and mentor coach in our global diploma professional coaches, and also co-faculty in our leadership masterclass coaching for high performance, Claire Wanchiku. Yeah? Thank you. Next. Yeah. All right. Next is the true chair. The true chair. You know, in this forum we have got two chairs. The first chair we have is one, Mr. Evans Kahoro, who happens to be husband to Eileen. But we do have a board chair. He is and has been a core support to us all at CDI, being an anchor faculty member for our global diploma, executive leadership coaching program, and global executive coaching diploma, and also core faculty for the leadership masterclass. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. David Thuku. Yeah. And then there are others who weren't able to join us, but we will appreciate them in absentia. This is Sanjay. Sanjay, a lot of you who have been part of the Global Diploma Professional Coaching journey would know her. She wasn't able to join us, so we do appreciate her. We do appreciate Karen Braichowski, who's also been an examiner and mentor coach to the programs that we've gone through. Tamala Chira, all the way in Malawi, also who has been an examiner and mentor coach, and would like to appreciate them in absentia. We will be sending their certificates on virtual. Please let's appreciate them in absentia. And then last but not least, our Director of Programs and Global Compliance, who also happens to be our president and founder, also who happens to be the founder of Alexis, and also the founder of CDI-Africa, and also a master certified coach. Let's put it together for one, Eileen Lasker. So Eileen, we had purposed to come with $1 million and sort of package and give you as a gift, but due to tax issues, we'll deal with this separately. Yeah, I did forget also, she is mother to Alex Tamanda, just to not get myself in trouble with Alex. Thank you. Now, the last cohort I'm going to appreciate is really our guests who've really done a wonderful piece of work in honoring us. I do know, and this is really, I think we're going to start off with the three of them in Madam President. Please, if you can come up front, we've got a small appreciation gift for you for making time and joining us today. So Susan Gishara, karibu tafadhali. Madam President, this is just a small token of appreciation for honoring our invite today. Thank you very much. Pastor Advante unfortunately had to leave us, so we did have a small token of appreciation for him. So I'm just going to ask Mr. George Duthu if you could please come and collect this small token for him. Let's appreciate George as he picks this up. And then last but not least, our chief guests, our friend, our mentor, our partner, our key supporter, Mr. Paul Kasimu. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes to the front. Mr. Kasimu, we are aware you are in transition, and so we thought about getting something that would sort of resonate with the new adventure you're about to begin on. And so we have a special gift for you, which we sort of think speaks to the season that you are going into. So again, thank you very much for honoring our invite.
I'm glad it's not a wheelbarrow.
All right, I think my work is done here. So I'll hand it back to Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that segment, Mr. Matumo. Right, we have cake, we have champagne. The graduates want to take a special photo with the keynote speaker, so that's lined up. However, lunch is served on 4th floor. I'm not releasing us yet, but just to let us know that lunch will be served on 4th floor. So I guess we can make our way to the lift as soon as we're ready to go and marry together over the meal. But just on behalf of CDI-Africa Coaching Group, Catherine Tole was to give a quick vote of thanks on behalf of CDI-Africa Coaching Group. I would ask that Bwana Buibo Adieri readies himself, even as Catherine comes, to do the closing prayer, to pray over our cake, to pray over our meal, and our journey as officially certified coaches, at least for our graduates. Karibu, Catherine.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really nice to see you all, and congratulations to all the graduates. It's an exciting day, so really congratulations. So I'm holding the lunch by this vote of thanks, so I will make it quick. Just try and acknowledge all the people that I need to acknowledge. So first I start with acknowledging, just giving thanks to God. Without God, we wouldn't be here, would we? So we give thanks to God. He's made all of this possible, and we're really, really grateful. Then I'd like to acknowledge the members of the faculty. Maurice has acknowledged them, but allow me to just acknowledge them again and just say thank you for your dedication. Thank you for the time you spend just preparing for the classes, being in class, facilitating, following up. Thank you. We truly appreciate. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. And the members of the faculty are Aileen Lasker, the head of programs, David Thuku, Claire, Senje, Karen, Tamala, Chirwa, Catherine Ohome, George Nuthu, and of course myself. So we say thank you very much. The graduates, you're no longer graduates actually, you're graduates. The graduates, thank you for your commitment. If you didn't do the work, would we have a graduating class? So thank you for doing the work, showing up for 7 a.m. classes most of the time, for some of the classes. showing up, being on your Zoom calls, keeping your videos on, just engaging and being willing to go the extra mile to just get everything that you needed to get done, completed. We thank you, and we really, really appreciate you. We'd also like to just mention some of the cohorts that have undergone what we call the Coaching for High Performance program. We've had a number of organizations which have had cohorts go through that program. Some of them spoke here, so I'd just like to mention some of those organizations, and really, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for partnering with us. So we had the CIC Leaders Programs, and Washuka spoke about just the impact they're being able to see from that. We had an open cohort, which was cohort 8. We had the ICEA leaders, so thank you to the ICEA group. We had EGPAF, which we had one cohort from EGPAF that went through the program. We had Postbank Uganda leaders, and the group from Postbank Uganda were also able to just give their impact story, and we also had an open cohort 12. So this is just recognizing these organizational leaders who demonstrated their commitment to transforming their organization, ensuring that their leaders are leading with a coaching approach, leading with a coaching mindset, and actually being able to sponsor groups of leaders to be able to participate in this. So to those who participated in this, we say thank you for your commitment and your dedication. And this journey would not have been possible without a number of key sponsors. These sponsors, some sponsored students to the programs, some sponsored in one way or the other, financially or otherwise, and I'd just like to read them. It's a very long list, so I'll try to read them very quickly. There was the Kenya Revenue Authority, there's AMREF Health Africa, Africa Research Excellence Fund, Dalbag, Tangaza College, Solidaridad, Eastern Central Africa, Parliamentary Service Commission, ICEA Lion, EGPAF, which is the Elizabeth Glazier Pediatric AIDS Foundation, Prudential Africa, Postbank Uganda, Central Bank of Kenya, White Ribbon Alliance for Safe, Kasarani Investment Holding Limited, Women on Boards Network, DAI Global, MasterCard Foundation, Safaricom PLC, Zepri, Family Bank, Kenya Wine Agencies Limited, Redwoods Leadership, Gatsby Africa, Wetlands International, Gastronome Limited, Outreach Tours and Safaris Limited, the ACF, Forum CIV, ABSA, and CIC Insurance. For your support, partnership, for any contribution you may have made, we say thank you to all of this organization. And I'd also like to acknowledge a very special group, the CDI-Africa Coaching Group staff. None of this would have been possible without them. So I'd like to acknowledge them. I see a number of them here. Some of them are at the side there. Thank you. Thank you for all the work you put in. Thank you for your dedication and commitment. We truly appreciate. Without you, this would not have been possible. Actually, this week, one of the evenings, I texted Brenda, and I needed just to ask her something at 9 p.m., and I said, Brenda, I just have a quick question. I'm really sorry for texting you at night. And I asked the question, I said, it's okay, you can tell me tomorrow. And she says, I'm still in the office, planning for the graduation. That's the level of commitment this group has. So really, thank you. We really appreciate you. You make it very easy for us as faculty, and I'm sure you also make it very easy for the class, for the participants in the classes, the people who are graduating. So we really, truly appreciate you from the bottom of our hearts. And last but not least, all of this staff, all the people who've been engaged have had family members behind them, supporting them, holding them up, allowing them time to do what they need to do. So we'd also like to say thank you. Pass our gratitude and our thanks to your family members who have supported you, who've given you time to just do what you needed to do. We really, really, truly do thank you and do thank them for that. So that's the whole group of people I'd like to just recognize. Where's Maurice? And Maurice, thank you. You make it very easy. Where's Maurice? Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Maurice, for your leadership. Maurice is our CEO, and just acknowledging Maurice for his leadership, for his he makes it very easy to interact, and we really, really, truly do appreciate you, Boris. So thank you very much, and all the very best, and congratulations again to all the graduates. Graduates. I keep saying graduates, to all the graduates.
Let's be upstanding. Let's pray. Good and gracious God, our Father, how wonderful are the works of your hands. Through your Son, Jesus Christ, you taught us to be teachers and coaches, as you did to your disciples as they tried to fish night long and successfully, and when they heed your instructions, they got a bountiful catch. Even their nets were overwhelmed. This is the day, Lord. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Today is a culmination of 1 year of work filled with challenges, triumphs, losses, and laughter, friendships, and growth. We thank you, Lord, for getting us safely to this day. We thank you for the gift of family, friends, and teachers who have supported us and celebrate with us now. Gracious God, bless these graduates, everyone, and fill us with the spirit of your love. We pray that as we go forth to set the world on fire with coaching, may we remember you are in all things and the people, especially as we elevate human greatness. May we continue to challenge ourselves intellectually and share the fruit of our knowledge. May our commitment to coaching lead us to make great positive difference in our world. May we build community wherever we go and remain forever the important part of our community that we are today. And may we, through our ongoing growth in wisdom and grace, bring others to you as we share our talents in the wider world. We ask you, who is our Father and provider, to protect and guide these men and women throughout their lives. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus, who unites us with one another and with you forever. Amen.
Amen. What a beautiful prayer and what a beautiful day. I would like to officially commission lunch. We do have a photo session with the cake cutting. The cake is available to everyone. If you'll be in the room, you'll get a slice. It's big enough for us to bring up to 4th floor for you to enjoy it as well. But I wouldn't want to restrain us any longer for those who are ready to go to 4th floor. I understand that the graduates do want to take a group photo with the keynote speaker. So keynote lunch, but but it's going to be a quick one. It's going to be a quick one. So I think we'll do a quick photo session as we cake cut with some cohort representatives. However, lunch is officially commissioned. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. We look forward to supporting you. Thank you for honoring us, honoring our invitation, and coming and joining us in this great celebration. All right. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Let's keep networking. Let's enjoy lunch upstairs. For those who want to enjoy the cake here, kindly let's proceed. Those who want to take the group photo, graduates with the keynote speaker, let's pause in the room for a little bit longer and take the photo.